Item C1, consideration of commission approval of signed consent agreements in the resolution of the following GUFA violations, that is A through H.
Do any of the other commissioners have questions or comments on item C1? Hearing none, it's on the agenda.
Thank you.
And there are no regular agenda items. So if there's no further comments or questions, we can adjourn the Facilities Protection Committee. Thank you.
Called on to the Telecommunications Committee.
Good morning, Commissioners. Calling to order the proposed consent agenda for telecommunications. We have several items for consideration. We'll now hear C1.
Good morning, Commissioners. Item C1 is consideration of requests for CBTS Technology Solutions LLC to cancel their certificates of authority. Everything is in order. Staff recommends approval.
Any questions, comments, or concerns about C1? Hearing none, it's moved to the agenda. C2.
Good morning. Item C2 is consideration of 3 applications from Clearway, Georgia Asset Entity for Certificate of Authority to provide telecom services. Everything is in order. Staff recommends approval.
Any questions, comments, or concerns regarding C2? Hearing none, it's moved to the agenda.
Okay, item C3 is docket number 3, consideration of request for Darien Telephone Company to enter into a promissory note with Southeastern Bank. Everything is in order. Staff recommends approval.
Any questions, comments, or concerns regarding C3? Hearing none, it's moved to the agenda. There's no proposed regular agenda items, so we close out the telecom agenda.
Thank you very much. Now we'll have the Energy Committee. Chairman Pridemore.
Good morning. Calling the Energy Committee to order for Thursday, February 12th, 2026. There are 2 items on the consent agenda. Item C1.
Good morning. C1 docket number 56823, Mitchell EMC, application for financing authority. Mitchell EMC is seeking to obtain a $27 million long-term loan from CFC with a term of 31 years. The purpose of the loan is to fund Mitchell's construction of a dual-purpose fiber network project. Mitchell EMC provides electric service to over 15,000 members in 14 counties in Georgia. Staff recommends approval.
Questions or comments on C1? Hearing none, it's on the agenda. Item C2.
Good morning, Commissioners. Item C2 is docket number 55623, Georgia Power Company's 2024 Distributed Generation Request for a Proposal, the final filing and end of process standards of conduct acknowledgement, and the final evaluation team list. Georgia Power Company's 2024 DGRP, approved by the Commission on October 3rd, 2024, is concluded. In a date filing September 12th, 2026, Georgia Power provided the final list of the executed PPAs between Georgia Power and the waiting winners in this program. In this filing, the company also requested an additional sum in accordance with the Commission's final order approving Georgia Power's 2022 IRP, issued in docket number 44160. The 2024 DGRP final portfolio consists of 16 winning projects totaling approximately 70.299 megawatts. In this filing, Georgia Power also filed a final evaluation team list, thereby closing out the standards of conduct for the 2024 DGRFP. Pursuant to Commission's 2022 IRP final order, Georgia Power is allowed a levelized additional sum of $4 per kilowatt per year for the DG solar projects procured in the 2024 DGRFP. Georgia Power has provided the project-specific information to support the additional sum request to staff, totaling a levelized amount of $281,196 per year for 30 years. Staff reviewed the company's additional sum request and recommends approval. Additionally, if any of the 16 projects do not come online or end before the expected term, the additional sum will need to be adjusted. And please let us know if you have any questions.
Questions or comments on C2?
Thank you.
All right, hearing none, it's on the agenda. Moving on to the regular agenda. Item R1 is an item that was before the commission last week in a hearing. And so I don't believe that there's a necessity to have the parties go through the same level of rigor that happened during that hearing. So please keep that in mind. We have a record on this case that's already been well established. Item R1.
Yes, good morning. Item R1 is docket number 56298, Georgia Power Company's application for the certification of capacity from the 2029 to 2031 all-source RFP. And docket number 56310, Georgia Power Company's application for the certification of capacity supplemental resources. This is consideration of Gipple and South Face Institute petition for access to trade secret information under an NDA. On December 16th, 2025, the petitioners filed to supplement the record and for limited hearing regarding the December 10th, 2025 stipulation between Public Interest Advocacy staff and Georgia Power. On February 3rd, 2026, the commission conducted the hearing you just referred to, a limited hearing based on the chairman's December 19th, 2025 ruling, where Georgia Power and joint petitioners gave arguments on whether the joint petitioners should be granted access to trade secret designated large load revenue requirement financial work papers used in support of or otherwise relied on for the stipulation under an appropriate non-disclosure agreement. After testimony from Georgia Power and closing arguments from both parties, the commission moved to decide this matter at the December 18th, 2026 administrative session. The commission can weigh the evidence presented to decide how to proceed on this petition. Advisory staff is available for any questions from the commission in consideration of this matter.
Thank you, Dr. Dishman. Do any of the parties in this respective case care to comment on top of the information that was provided in the hearing last week? None. Okay. Item R1. Oh, there we go. Yes, Mr. Sheriff, go ahead.
Bob Sherrier on behalf of Gipple and South Face. I'm happy to answer any questions I'm here, but no, I agree there's not a need to rehash the arguments.
Okay. Okay. Anyone else? I guess these are our only parties in this case.
I have just the procedural question, Tom. I didn't get the chance to ask. It's more for you. Is it possible when and if this moves to the next administrative hearing, but can these be separately voted on? In other words, and is it possible for R1 to come second after R2 coming first?
Well, okay, so right now they are separate items on the agenda. So presumably, unless a commissioner, made a motion to change it, they would be voted on separately.
How about the order?
The order, ultimately the order on an administrative session is up to the chairman. The chairman determines the final order of items. I think staff put them in this order because they felt like the first one, deciding, I think deciding whether they have access to information from staff standpoint, I think was you would decide first whether they had access to information. If they don't have access to the information, then that might influence the second decision of, well, if they're not going to be reviewing the information, there's no point reconsidering the order to let them review the information you just decided they're not going to get to review. So, but it would ultimately be up to the chairman to decide the order of the items on the administrative session.
Yeah, I completely understand that. I might have ordered them in a different way, but I'll leave it as is for now. Thank you, Chairman.
Any questions or comments on R2? Or sorry, R1. All right, hearing none, R1 is on the agenda. Moving on to R2. Before we begin R2, I just want to remind folks that are with us today, thank you for joining us. This is the opportunity for parties in the case to address the commission. We do have time for public testimony that is held after all of the committees have done their business. Go ahead, Dr. Dishman.
All right, item R2 is the same docket as before, but this is consideration of advisory staff's recommendation for Gipple, South Face Institute, Sierra Club, and Southern Alliance for Clean Energy's joint petition for reconsideration. On January 9th, 2026, the joint petitioners filed a joint petition for reconsideration of the December 30th, 2025 order, adopting stipulation and granting Georgia Power's certification of capacity from the All-Source RFP and supplemental resources. The stipulation was originally presented and recommended for adoption by Public Interest Advocacy staff and Georgia Power on December 10th, 2025, prior to the hearing. On January 20th, 2026, the stipulating parties filed separate reply briefs that addressed petitioners' named issues. As outlined in the memorandum in the backup, the company sustained its minimum requirement to show a need for its requested capacity. Similarly, the financial concessions agreed to by Georgia Power in the stipulation highlight that the public's interest was considered during negotiations. If in the separate matter regarding access to certain revenue requirement information identified as trade secret, the commission has determined that interveners should have access to that information, then advisory staff would recommend that reconsideration be granted to provide an opportunity for further consideration of that information. If, on the other hand, the commission has determined that interveners should not have access to that information, then there is no need for further consideration of the matter and reconsideration should be denied. This matter will be decided at the administrative session. You're on mute, Commissioner Cudmore.
Sorry, I muted myself so you didn't have to hear me cough. Questions or comments for Dr. Deachman?
Dr. Deachman, I don't know if I can direct this to you or if other folks involved in this particular R2 item may want to answer to the other parties, but are you aware of a change in or have you reviewed the large load forecast that was submitted just yesterday, I believe?
So I read it. I haven't analyzed it. I read the basic
Did you notice the changes from the last large load forecast that was submitted to this time that could be relevant to this proceeding, this particular R2 item?
I mean, there were changes. I might leave that to other parties to discuss further if they've analyzed it. I would say, again, I haven't gone through the numbers or the spreadsheets. Georgia Power certainly remained optimistic about their load forecast. But again, I think hopefully other parties have further reviewed it. And obviously, whether or not we're always constantly going to be reviewing their load forecast currently and going forward. That's always going to be a role of staff and everyone involved in this.
Oh, will I have the opportunity to ask questions of the parties in this item? Okay, great. Thank you.
Any other parties wish to speak to R2?
Good morning, Commissioners. Justin Pollock for the PIA staff. Staff's position on the motion for reconsideration is that the Commission's final order adopting the stipulation is legally sufficient and more than adequately supported by the record. Staff recommends that the motion be denied in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Pollock. Do any other parties on R2 wish to speak?
Good morning, Commissioners. I represent the petitioners, and we'd like to speak to this matter, but as petitioners, we'd also like an opportunity to respond to any comments by Georgia Power. So I defer to the Commission as to whether we should present our comments now or wait until after Georgia Power has spoken.
Ms. Whitfield, you're welcome to go first because you're at the podium.
Okay, great. Commissioners, my name is Jennifer Whitfield. As you know, I represent the joint petitioners in this matter, who include Georgia Interfaith Power and Light, South Face Institute, Sierra Club, and the Southern Alliance for Clean Energy. Together, we request the Commission reconsider both the outcome and the process used to certify 100% of Georgia Power's requested resources. And throughout our petition, we have demonstrated good cause for this Commission to revisit its findings, revise its order, and hold a hearing on outstanding factual issues. Our petition raises 4 buckets of issues. First, the Commission's failure to find that these resources meet the legally required standard of need. Second, there is insufficient evidence to find that these resources are economical or reasonably priced. Third, we raise the legal insufficiency of the order's factual findings, which prevent a court from conducting an intelligible review of this order. And fourth, we note that the commission has relied on exceptions to the competitive procurement process that simply do not apply under the facts presented to the commission. If this commission finds that any of our arguments are persuasive, it has good cause to revisit its findings and to revise its order. Georgia Power's response argued that this is just a second bite at the apple and that you've already made these decisions. Some of these issues were raised before and are just crystallized here, and others here are new. But either way, if you find that you have made a legal or factual error, there is no legal reason not to fix that now. That's what this process of reconsideration is all about. I'm not going to address and rehash every issue that we raised in our briefing. I refer you to our briefing for that. Instead, I'm going to address key issues that merit a little more explanation than what the briefing format provides. And specifically, I'm going to touch upon some of the issues in the category of the findings of need and some of the issues in the category of the findings of whether these resources are economical and in the public interest. But of course, I'm happy to answer questions about any of the issues that we've raised. So the first, if I may, I'm going to use Mr. Sherrier as my Vanna White, because these are both images from our petition. So these are found on pages 9 and 10 of our petition. The first bucket of issues that I want to talk about concerns the fact that the evidence in this docket fails to meet the legally required standard for need. And before we talk about the details here, it's important that I clarify the actual standard. The commission must find that there will be a need for these resources at the time they are proposed to be used for retail customers. So in this case, to certify 100% of the resources, which is what the commission has done, the commission must find that by 2031, Georgia Power's retail customers will need 100% of the resources requested by Georgia Power. The commission's order did not make this finding. The commission's order does not find that there will be a need in 2031 for all of these resources. The commission's order instead finds that when retail customers do eventually need more resources, these resources will be reliable and economical. That is helpful, but that's not the standard. We asked the commission to reconsider the evidence in light of the actual legal standard, which does not allow charging captive customers until there's proof of need at the time of use. So on this poster, this top image is from Georgia Power's rebuttal testimony in this case. And it provides a graphic showing Georgia Power's projection of its capacity needs for 2031. This left bar here incorporates the projected actual demand at the meter, as well as a 26% reserve margin. So in other words, this is Georgia Power's version of its capacity needs in 2031.
Jennifer,
Yes, sir.
improving actual need. Does that mean when we have a brownout, we have the need? Do we wait till the lights go out before we try to solve the problem?
I sure hope not. No. That is in part what the planning process is all about, right? And that is why we have a 26% reserve margin included in here to assure that on that cold winter morning, when the gas plants don't have the gas coming to the plant or the coal freezes up, that we still have enough resources to take care of keeping the lights on.
Do we not have to take into consideration the growth that this state has enjoyed over the last 10 years and the forecast of what it might be down the road?
You absolutely do.
I don't want the lights to go out.
Me neither. I agree.
I'm just trying to get actual. When you use the word actual.
Yes. So let me break down what these different bars represent, because I think that might be helpful in our discussion of need to understand what this graphic is demonstrating. So again, this is Georgia Power's. The darkest orange at the bottom, that is both organic load, so load that already exists on the system, and organic load growth, and load for which there is a contract for electric service for customers that are expected to add need in 2031, these large load customers. The light solid orange right above that, that is load for which there is not a contract for electric service yet, but for which the customer has executed a request for service. So they're still in the process of figuring out contract terms, pricing terms, but they have chosen Georgia Power as their provider. Because remember, of the large loads, they get to choose who they want to be their provider. So that light orange, they have made that choice. And importantly, Commissioner, I think this might help a little bit later down the road as we talk more about need, but these numbers here, they don't reflect necessarily the announced load of a large load project or the contracted load even. So they're not the megawatts in the contract. These are the amount of megawatts that Georgia Power's analysis expects that that customer will need at the meter, plus a 26% buffer. And that need at the meter is lower than the maximum announced load and the maximum amount in the contract, because Georgia Power is trying to present a more realistic view of what's actually needed. Okay. And then this top version here, this striped bar, this is load for which the customer choice project has not yet chosen Georgia Power. So that's the capacity side of this chart. On the other side, the bar on the right side, those are capacity resources. These are the capacity resources that Georgia Power expects to have online and the megawatts they can provide in 2031. So the solid blue at the bottom here, that is both existing and approved resources. And the requested resources in this docket for 2031 are those above that are striped. Okay, so the commission has approved this entire capacity chunk because 100% of the request was approved. What's really important, I think the most critical issue in our motion for reconsideration is the first major issue we raise with respect to need. And you can see that the capacity resources that Georgia Power has requested, and this is illustrated in this graphic that we put together, the actual capacity resources are 757 megawatts, more than their projected need, their version of need. So this doesn't even incorporate all the criticisms that this need, that their projections were overinflated. None of that is incorporated here. This is Georgia Power's version. Still, they have 757 megawatts more resources, if 100% is approved, which it was, than they need. 757 megawatts, that is the nominal capacity value, exactly, of the combined cycle unit requested at Plant McIntosh.
And you're looking at 4 years down the road.
2031.
Right.
That's right.
And like in other activities at this commission over time, that there have been amendments to an integrated resource plan that sometimes changes the contacts like we added at one time.
That's right.
And when you can add, you can subtract.
That's right. This commission can always modify its orders going forward. If it, finds that it hasn't approved enough, it can always revisit in a new certification proceeding or in a
Just want to keep
modification.
that in mind.
That's right. But the standard for certification right now is that there will be a need in 2031. That is a legislatively required standard. And the reason for that is that requirement is the last thing protecting the captive customers who then get charged. Right? So once certification goes through, captive customers are charged for these requested resources. And so the initial finding has to be that there will be a need here. So I mentioned this 757, that's the nominal capacity value of Macintosh. Macintosh, you'll recall, staff ranked all 25 resources that would be available in 2031 that were requested by Georgia Power for their cost effectiveness. Macintosh was number 25 out of those 25. And as you heard from Sierra Club witness Metz, Macintosh is also likely to be one of the most expensive combined cycle units in the country. So as you can see, it's just not necessary at this time for 2031. And approving an entire power plant unit that not even Georgia Power says it will need is beyond the jurisdiction of this committee, of this commission. And it's not a rounding error. This error is a multi-billion-dollar error. So we asked the commission to reconsider and deny certification of Plant Macintosh's 757 megawatts. So the next issue with respect to need that I'll move to is, Bob, we're not done. No.
Back, Vanna. You back, Vanna.
You're doing great. So the next issue relates to this striped area here. Okay, the second issue we raise about need, and this is a separate issue, also important. This one relates to the speculative customers or the technical review customers, as Georgia Power calls them. These are customers who have no contract for electricity service with Georgia Power and who have not requested service from Georgia Power yet. They're still shopping around for their utility provider. And first, it's worth noting that these mega large customers are a different kind of customer than we had planned for in the past. And because of that, they've challenged the legal framework of certification in new ways. The capacity projections used for these mega large customers are not the same as organic load growth projections that we've used in the past, or the external adjustments for very large customers that we've seen in the past when those customers are under contract. This is new. And these mega large customers are not your typical customer choice customer either. They differ from your typical customer choice customer in an important way. For these mega large loads, Georgia Power and other Georgia utilities do not have an obligation to meet their extraordinary energy demands unless and until both Georgia Power and the prospective customer have first met a number of conditions required to ensure that they are not jeopardizing the system's reliability or financial integrity.
How about we address that? Didn't we address that last year? With not using data centers as the magic word, but using large load.
How so? Do you mean in terms of cost shifting?
Correct.
So
without the upward pressure on ratepayers.
Yeah. So two responses to that. One, there is still not an enforceable requirement that Georgia Power not
They get
shift
hooked up, it's
costs.
an enforceable requirement.
If
They got to pay the bill first.
That's right. And these customers haven't even chose Georgia Power yet.
I
And
know
we're
that.
building for them anyway.
That's true.
So for them, that protection's not there yet. But right now, and that's important, but right now, I'm focused on the finding that these customers will need, or they're not customers yet, these projects will need power in 2031. So need that
You
word,
don't know that and I don't know that.
whether they'll need power.
Well,
In
it's
2031?
forecasted that they will.
Georgia Power has forecasted
Look at
that they will.
history.
That's right. That's right. So this is part of their forecast for 2031. This is Georgia Power saying that, you know, we expect if you approve all of these resources, then we have the confidence that we can go out and recruit customers from other states and other Georgia utilities to justify that need. But that is not the same as need today, or even need in 2031, because there is affirmative action that Georgia Power must take. There's affirmative actions those customers must take first. So if I could, I want to return to the statutory framework that really informs why these customers are different. The statutory framework here requires this commission to consider need in the year of certification. And it matters tremendously, in part here because the Georgia legislature has created a two-tiered system. The average utility customer is a captured customer, subject to a monopoly utility. They have no choice of who will provide their utility service. And after these resources are certified, they have no choice, but they will pay for them unless imprudence is shown, essentially. The larger customers, though, not only have choice and can shop around, but these mega large customers also require affirmative action on behalf of Georgia Power and the customer to come to not only a meeting of the minds, but to agree to a number of conditions to make the system safe. Georgia Power's approach here that they're asking you to adopt requires borrowing from the captive side of the business, borrowing from captive customers to pay for Georgia Power's recruitment efforts on the competitive side of the business. And this outcome distorts the careful balance of the Territorial Act. And it violates the requirement that actual customers are charged only for resources for which there is a need. So I want to note that in Georgia Power's response to this, there was a lot of panic that if you took this approach, we wouldn't be able to keep the lights on. In fact, at one point they said it would stifle economic growth, increase reliability risks, erode the ability to put downward pressure on rates. I'll remind you that they still haven't proven that downward pressure on rates or provided information to substantiate that claim.
We hadn't proved it, but we've adjusted for it by the guarantees of the power company of not meeting the revenue requirements and by the guarantees of security for those large load customers.
That's right. Still not adjusted for these guys though, right? So these guys are still not part of that protection. And it's still not an enforceable mandate. It's Georgia Power has the discretion and this commission has the discretion. There's not an enforceable obligation. But I want to note that despite Georgia Power repeatedly saying that if we wait to plan, not until, request for service, we wait to plan until they choose us as a utility and we have an obligation to serve them, that would be a terrible thing. I'd like to remind you that Georgia Power testified that in their transmission modeling, and remember, those are long-term, many year projects, they do not model these speculative projects. They don't add projects to their transmission modeling until they have signed a request for service. The EMCs and munis take the same approach, according to Georgia Power's testimony. It simply doesn't add up that the parade of horribles described in Georgia Power's response is credible. So the bottom line is that the commission can, and in fact must, decertify an additional 2,622 megawatts of resources until Georgia Power demonstrates that the customers that will be served are actual Georgia Power retail customers that it has an obligation to serve. And that's where that actual, I'm putting emphasis on that actual component.
Ms. Woodfield, can I interrupt
Yes.
and ask a question?
Absolutely.
You say that there is, well, I'm trying to understand the implication that for that technical review, or as you said, speculative load, that there are no transmission projects planned for that portion. And so, and I think the conclusion that you were making is that there would be no risk to reliability, because the reliability is really there on that transmission side of whether or not load and generation, all that's being proposed here, can connect with each other through transmission. So is that the conclusion? Am I thinking in the right way about the lack of transmission projects for those technical review, not contracts, but projects, won't have an impact on reliability, as was mentioned?
You make a good point, Commissioner, and I think your conclusion is sound. I was actually making a somewhat different point, or related point, I suppose, or trying to, inartfully, perhaps, that when Georgia Power says, it says in its response that you should trust its projections, and these projections are just fine because it's what it uses for its own internal planning to ensure reliability and to ensure that it is prepared for load. So this is a reminder that in its own internal planning, Mr. Robinson testified that they do not include this bar of customers for transmission modeling, nor do the EMCs and munis. Does that help? So I'll turn to the next bucket. And again, I'm not going to, I'm not going to address every issue. I'm not going to address every issue that we raised in our petition. But I do want to address the overarching concern, which is that to approve this certification, you must find that each of these resources will assure an economical and reliable supply of power. And a key issue in this proceedings was to determine the reasonableness of the costs associated with Georgia Power's requests and the optimal portfolio to maximize benefits to ratepayers. These resources are not reasonably priced and are not economical. And Georgia Power steadfastly refused to disclose the cost impact of these resources on bill payers, despite repeated requests from petitioners, and despite Georgia Power using a bill promise to secure a settlement of this docket. So first, as to the basic economics, Georgia Power touts its competitive procurement process. And while most of the resources were part of a competitive procurement process, they're also the only resources that Georgia Power could find to present to this commission. During the procurement process, no resource was excluded for being too expensive. Okay. And a significant amount of the resources did not go through the procurement process at all. For that, Georgia Power relied on two exceptions to its requirement to use the procurement process, but neither of those apply here. I'm not going to get into detail about why that is, but I refer you to our briefing for more on that issue, unless you have questions. But second, I want to note that there's a serious transparency problem here, because we still do not know the economic impact of this certification proceeding on the average residential bill payer. We do not know how much upward pressure from the cost of these resources will wipe out the promised downward pressure from large load revenue for the years 2029, 2030, and 2031. And we also do not know how much these resources will cost the average customer for the other 71 years in which we will be paying these bills. In its response, Georgia Power does not dispute that there is a serious information gap when it comes to what the downward pressure promise actually means. Instead, Georgia Power argues that the 3-year downward pressure promise is just not needed to meet the required public interest standards. It is brazen for Georgia Power to suggest that this 3-year promise is not an integral part of the stipulation or the Commission's certification order of that stipulation. Your order, Commissioners, is clear that this promise is part of the Commission's justification for not adopting interveners' various recommendations, which largely revolve around protecting customers from these costs. Further, from staff's testimony and staff's motion, this promise does seem to be a key assurance that these resources would be economical. Georgia Power made a 3-year bill promise in exchange for building tens of billions of dollars of assets. And we are simply suggesting that the actual financial impacts of these decisions should be subject to transparency and accountability in this proceeding. Getting to the root of this financial impact of this promise is good cause for this commission to set time for a hearing, if needed, to supplement the record following the disclosure of the requested trade secret information. So, as I promised at the start, I'm not going to talk about buckets 3 and buckets 4. Again, I refer you to our briefing for those. And I want to thank you for your attention and for your consideration of these issues. We know that as a body, you are working to get it right. A lot of your decision-making comes from the policy choices. And as our elected officials, you get to set the course for our energy future. But there's also a legal framework that governs those choices. And in this case, we've highlighted numerous issues in which the Commission's order has departed from the legal requirements for certification. Again, if the Commission finds any of our arguments persuasive, it has good cause to amend its order. So respectfully, we ask the Commission to, with respect to need, reconsider the evidence and findings of need in light of the correct statutory standard for review. In light of the correct standard, we submit there is good cause to, at a minimum, deny certification of the 757 megawatts at Plant McIntosh Unit 12 and deny certification for an additional 2,622 megawatts of resources. We ask this Commission to adopt a forecast of future need as it is required to do by the regulations, using a load realization model that is limited to committed customers and modified by the accuracy improvements to the model identified in staff's testimony. Sorry, I'm raising my voice. With respect to public interest, we ask the Commission to order a hearing on our petition, specifically on the public interest of this certification and the impact of the promised downward pressure. Reconsider the evidence and revise the certification order to identify which underlying facts support a finding that certified resources are in the public interest. And adopt an enforceable rule to ensure existing customers are protected from bearing any of the costs of serving or preparing to serve large load customers. With respect to buckets 3 and 4, we ask that you revise the certification order to clarify that the IRP exemption to the competitive procurement process, exemption F6, does not apply in this docket. This is not an IRP proceeding. That is an IRP exemption. And we ask that you revise the certification order to make the findings of fact with the accompanying underlying supporting facts and conclusions of law to allow an intelligible review of this decision by a court. Finally, we encourage the commission to order any other relief that it deems just, including delaying the effect of this certification until this matter is resolved. But thank you for your time. And I would also like the opportunity to respond, if necessary, may not be, to comments from Georgia Power. Thank you.
Ms. Whitfield, I'll let you know if Georgia Power decides to talk.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Ms. Whitfield, very briefly.
Yes.
May I just ask a question, if that's all right?
Sure.
You said 71 years versus 3 years. I heard 71 years. Where did that number come from?
Should have been 72. It's bad math. These resources have a life of 45 years. And once they are approved, we will be paying for them for the life of the resource, whether they're used or not. And so the downward bill promise only applies to year 1, year 2, and year 3. Every year after that, there aren't any protections in place, enforceable protections in place.
And sorry, very quickly, it's very clear the 757 megawatts that you're talking about, that's clear where that is, but where did the other 2,600 megawatts come from? Is that from the staff recommendation that you mentioned?
The 2,622 megawatts are the speculative and or technical review customers who do not have yet a request for service at a minimum with Georgia Power.
That is from the vintage of when the motion was filed. It has not been updated since then.
This is from Georgia. This is a graphic pulled directly from Georgia Power's rebuttal testimony in this matter. That's right. Yeah, thank you.
Any other parties like to speak on this item?
Morning, Commissioners. Brandon Mars, on behalf of Georgia Power Company. That's a lot to unpack, but let me try to do that this morning. So we filed a response as well to petitioners' motion on January 9, 2026. I'm not going to try to go through every aspect of that, be respectful to the commission. I will point you to certain parts of that and try to refer to, or at least respond to some of the arguments that you heard, particularly this morning. But our petition in response addresses all the claims that you heard today. The desire by joint petitioners is to re-argue everything that was litigated in this case. And I think if you look at the board they use, all that information, all those things were litigated in this case. And I'll point out some points in which they have incorrectly presented data this morning, but the data and the evidence that was heard in this case has been fully covered. And there is no good cause that has been shown that shows it's necessary for a rehearing or reconsideration or an argument for this case. Now, we point out in our petition that the record in this case is overwhelmingly in support of the decision by the commission made to certify the resources in this case. Moreover, the parties that presented to you in this case, if you think about who you heard from in this case, there were 17 evidentiary witnesses. 15 of those evidentiary witnesses were presented on part of the stipulating parties. So the stipulating parties make up 15 of the 17 witnesses that you heard from. In regards to the arguments that you heard this morning, joint petitioners, as you heard, continue to argue that the decision is not consistent with the certification statute. The basis of that argument is the certification statute uses a different standard in approving, certification order uses a different standard in approving the certification. And they base this, as you heard this morning, on 2 points. They argue the language in the order is different than the statute. And they then argue that the commission utilized a different standard by virtue of approving McIntosh CC as one of the resources that were certified, or at least the additional capacity that makes up what they are calling McIntosh CC. To be clear, the language in the certification order approving the resources is appropriate and does not support a conclusion that a different standard was utilized. Unlike petitioner suggests, there are no magic words that the commission has used in its orders when it certifies resources. Interestingly, joint petitioners don't refer you to another order and suggest that somehow you deviated from the language that you used in prior approvals, because if they were to actually go back and look at prior certification orders, what you will find, and I did this looking back as far as the McDonough CC certification in 2007, what you will find has never been a magic sequence of words to use. The important thing is that you can discern that the commission has approved the resources consistent with the statute. And you have done that in this case, and your order is consistent with how you've acted in other orders. So this idea that you didn't use specific words from the statute, if you go back and look at your prior orders, you don't do it there either. Joint petitioner's argument next is that a different standard has been utilized is based upon their own errors of fact, which I'll discuss in a moment. The board, I don't have a Van White this morning, so unfortunately I may have to just point to the board. And there were misconceptions around how capacity has been approved by the commission under the law. Now, for example, petitioners argue that we don't need McIntosh 12 in the winter of 2031 as the basis for suggesting that an alternative standard was utilized. There's two things wrong with that, and I'll explain those to you now. But first, I want to say labeling McIntosh Unit 12 as unneeded capacity is entirely incorrect. Due to the nature of the large loads being served, that can provide McIntosh CC can provide a large amount of energy that is crucial to serving these customers. As you heard during the hearing, these are customers that are large loads, that are 24/7 loads that cannot be served by BESS alone, battery energy storage alone. And you heard the company's witnesses testify in the 2025 IRP that the resource mix studies show a high level of gas units being adopted over the planning horizon in both high gas cases and carbon cases as well. And due to the increase in load forecast and the shape and nature of the loads the company is serving, being high load forecast customers, you need CC resources to serve those loads. Now, the CCs approved in the certification case, including McIntosh, will be the most efficient gas resources on the system. They'll be the best able to meet the increasing loads. And the average energy value for the first 10 years of just the McIntosh CC operation is projected to be $130 million annually, $1.3 billion over the 10-year horizon. So these units are also beneficial to the transmission system, and they dispatch and run at higher levels to provide reliability to the system. These are all factors that were brought forward in the underlying case, all evidence that you heard both in this case and in the 2025 IRP as well. Now, petitioners are also incorrect when they assert that the record in this case would show that the equivalent amount of capacity to McIntosh Unit 12 is unneeded. And Gibble references, as they pointed out earlier, staff's table 12 to get the capacity of McIntosh Unit 12, but they fail to realize that those megawatts are stated in nominal terms. And I think, this morning you heard them say nominal terms, but I think the error that they may not recognize is had they used the winter megawatts, because these CCs will operate at a higher megawatt rating for winter and for summer ratings, they would understand that McIntosh is a higher megawatt rating for the winter, meaning that it's above 757. And if we did not have McIntosh Unit 12, the company would be short capacity in the winter of 2031. I also want to point out, for purposes of the stipulation and what the commission has ordered, there is no ranking as McIntosh Unit 12 as the last unit. We're talking about whether there's 757 megawatts of capacity differential. And if you were to take McIntosh out of the resource mix, we would be short in the winter of 2031 and further short in the summer of 2031 as well. Moreover, these same niche charts that we presented in the case, so this isn't new material, new evidence, they show capacity needs in 2032 and 2033 with all the resources in the certification included. And all of this information has been provided to the parties who have requested it, and they include in the work papers attached to the load forecast. I would also point out that it's not unusual for resources and resource additions through certifications to provide some amount of capacity limit. Joint petitioners appear to hold the belief that the certificate statute requires that the commission match perfectly each given year of load with each capacity resource. That has never been the standard, ever, nor is that the reasonable interpretation of the law. Just by example, if you look at the 2022 IRP, which we went back and looked at, the company retired several coal and gas plants and replaced that capacity with PPAs that had start dates from 2024 through 2028. And throughout that period from 2024 through 2028, the company had capacity in excess of their reserve margin with needs beginning again in 2029. Now, having a projected forecast that includes capacity length the year before the projected need of a capacity is not unusual and has historically been part of prudent resource planning, which is consistent with the IRP statute.
How accurate have you been with that?
Commissioner, it varies. It varies, but I think, as you pointed out, reliability being a critical concern, you know, in history, it probably has gone longer. I think Mr. Grubb testified to that we'd much rather have some length and rather than face a reliability issue. So the magnitude of what's being presented here is length is not outside the zone of what we've had before as capacity length in various capacity certifications. I'd also point out that you heard the joint petitioners argue that they would prefer to see staff scenario 1 adopted, but now staff's a stipulating party. And of course, we agreed on stipulation. We disagreed on scenario 1. But even if you look at scenario 1, it had capacity length in it as well. And that was staff's recommendation that they're asking you to adopt. So it's inconsistent this morning to get up and say, you've got to do a perfect matching system when even their own recommendation, which you should adopt, didn't do that. So I just want to point that out to the commission as well. Now, joint petitioners next argue that the commission failed to adopt a load forecast. And as staff stated in their response, and I won't go into long, I'll let the staff response say for itself, the statute doesn't require you to do that. The statute requires you to issue a certificate when the commission finds that there will be a need for the proposed resource when needed. And that's what you've done. The commission made those findings in the issuance of this certificate, and it's appropriate. Now, I would also point out that once again, if you look back at commission orders on certifications when it's not an IRP, when it's outside of an IRP process, it's not an IRP year, you have not approved individual separately forecasts in those orders. You've not stated that approval. So it's not inconsistent with those prior orders, what you've done in this case. In fact, it's very consistent with what you've done in this case. What's important is that the company in this case provided an update to the D26 load forecast as required by your 2025 IRP order. That same order also provided that the commission would consider staff's proposed load forecast in coming to a decision. And importantly, you considered both those forecasts. And at the end of the day, the staff and the company are the stipulating parties and have agreed to a stipulation. And so in that regard, the certification order is appropriate and properly adopts the stipulation as a resolution of this case. I will point out just briefly that joint petitioners argue that the commission's order is insufficient. The commission's order meets the requirements of OCGA 5013-17B. It acknowledges the review of all the evidence and testimony in the record, and it sufficiently explains the reasoning for its decision. Georgia Courts of Appeals have explained that the commission is not required to affirmatively list all the evidence or arguments to consider so as to show that it considered everything, nor is it required for the PSC to explain why it rejected and unpersuasive certain evidence or arguments that were presented. Finally, you heard this morning, joint petitioners repeat this allegation that there's some disagreement or a misunderstanding about the 850 commitment. They have that in their motion for reconsideration. And they challenge whether or not it's an obligation that's ongoing. And I have a couple of points I want to make to you on that. I can tell you with certainty that Georgia Power Company has no confusion over the commitment in the case in which you've approved. We correctly point out in our response to joint petitioners that the record in this case supports certification absent that commitment, but we understand our commitment is a fundamental part of what you've ordered in this case. The stipulation between PI staff and the company provides additional protections of the guarantee of at least 850 of downward pressure on rates for the average residential customer as a result of the certification. This is an additional obligation the company has assumed to reach an agreement with PIA staff in this case, and a ratepayer protection as you acknowledge in your order. The commission's findings are clear on the point, and the company fully understands its commitment. Now, in terms of the obligations, there are several obligations that we have to follow. One, your rules and regs require us to implement protections for customers when we contract with these large load customers. Further, you put in place a process that checks to see that those protections are indeed in place, and you review those protections. So we have protections that extend well beyond 3 years, that go well beyond the 6 years that's ahead of us, but well beyond that period far after when these contracts are in many cases 15 years or more.
Mr. Marzo, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Are you able to give a breakdown or at least some indication of the customer protections that are in these new large load contracts? How many of those in terms of megawatts came after the rule change versus before?
So after the rule change, about 3,300 megawatts during the proceeding itself that were implemented under the rules and regs. Everything going forward is going to be rules and regs, and their contracts we're anticipating filing in the near future, they will all be rules and regs for large loads.
Saying 3,300 megawatts were signed after the rules change?
Yes. And that was during the course of the case. So during the course of the case, and that's another great point, commissioners, that during the course of the case, we saw the load grow substantially. So when we talk about adding customers, we're talking about adding, in many instances, our last customer we brought forward during the case who executed an RFS that had significant collateral on it was a 1,400 megawatt customer. So these are sizable customers.
I'm sorry, just let me, when you say that the pipeline, I guess, has grown, you're talking about the overall pipeline on the tail end, but on the short end, it seems like the course over the last 2 load forecast updates has gone down. Is that correct?
There's been some, Commissioner, as you saw on the large load report, there's been some change in ramp and some change in dates. And so that's the incremental 3,000 I think you're talking about in the near term. But what additionally you probably saw was the pipeline itself after rules and regs, after entities are fully aware of the strict requirements that Georgia has to protect customers, the pipeline has grown for about 15,300 megawatts, from 50,000 when we started that case, 65,000. And I'll remind the commission, when we first started this, in 2023 IRP, when we first started doing the things that we needed to do to ensure we could take advantage of this economic development, we had about 1,000 megawatts under contract, about 17,000 in pipeline. And so that pipeline since 2023 is now at 65,000 megawatts, with parties fully aware that we're going to negotiate protections and you are going to ensure those protections are in place, and they want to come here and they want to do business.
Is that actual?
That is absolutely, the numbers I gave you are absolutely factual. Actual.
Yes.
Yeah, those are, we filed those
Under
yesterday.
contract.
No,
Not under contract. We're talking about the pipeline. Our contract amounts are 7.9 gigawatts currently, which went from 1,000 gigawatts in 2023 to now 7.9. So it is consistently
9 as of the filing, but it's now it's less than that. The public disclosure says 6.9.
No, it's I believe it's 7.9, Commissioner. I'm not sure if we're reading the same numbers.
What I'm looking at that was filed yesterday says that the near-term commitments have decreased 1,900 megawatts. No, 900 megawatts to 6,900 megawatts, near-term commitments. So there's still 7,900 contracted, but you've lowered the front-end ramp. Is that what you're saying?
No, well, maybe I'm counting the RFS that was also presented that has collateral attached to it, Commissioner. I can find out the exact numbers, but it's in that range. Yes. Yeah, I don't have the report in front of me, so I will go back and make sure I give you the exact numbers. But what we have seen is a significant growth of those contracts since the 2023 RRP up to, and we will figure out if it's 6.9 or 7.9, but to the extent it's 7.9
Do I
up
need
to
to make a
7.9.
hearing request for that, just to get the latest update related to the actual contracted large load customers?
I mean, you can certainly make that
Commissioner,
request.
you don't have to make your request for it. I will absolutely get it to you. And I'm gonna see if I have it in my notes.
Get that for him today?
I can get it to him before we conclude, Commissioner. Yeah, I may have it here. Just let me see if I've got.
And I'm looking at the Q4 2025 PD public disclosure conclusions of the large load economic
Yes,
development.
so Commissioner, I know we talk about the two types of contracts. So I know we talked about 4.6 gigawatts that were under the old system, 3.3 in the new system. So I think my number is correct, but I will explain to you why there's a difference in what you're saying and what I'm saying. But I'm using numbers that I believe we talked about throughout the case, so we can figure out what the discrepancy is there. The last point I just want to make, Commissioners, is that as it pertains to this exception, supplemental resources, the company used the appropriate exceptions. You approved the appropriate exceptions. As we explained in our response, the need is being partly met by the supplemental resources originated from the 2022 IRP and the 2023 IRP update, both IRPs. We should not produce enough capacity to fill the needs in 2031. So the supplemental resources fulfill those needs previously identified in a fully litigated IRP. This is appropriate to grant the exception under Section 3F6, and more sufficient evidence or more than sufficient evidence exists in the record for the commission to find extraordinary advantage under 3F3 as well. And so those two exceptions, we completely agree. The commission rightly found those assessments to be accurate. The last point I'll make, Commissioners, is that as it pertains to the economic analysis, once again, that joint petitioners are relying on, for example, witness METs, we showed in our rebuttal testimony that if you take witness METs numbers and you correct them from using $2025 to $2030, which is what we did, we are exactly in line with the zone that she's showing for the cost of CC equipment. So this idea that somehow our CCs are out of proportion to what things should cost is not true. We debunked that during the proceeding, and I've heard nothing this morning that changes the fact that that's in fact correct in terms of what we assessed from her analysis. I will also point out that we did comprehensive work in terms of developing competitive inquiries for our resources, all of our COP resources, BESS and CC resources. We proposed an estimated cost that were appropriately escalated, as I just discussed, and summarized those. And we also provide EPC and major contracts to the commission and to the staff during the RFP process to review as part of that process. So there were significant steps to ensure the pricing, costing, and all those things were properly evaluated. With that, Commissioners, I'm available for questions if you have any questions for me.
Yeah, but can you talk me through, does Georgia Power Company have a plan for if the remaining 2,100 megawatts of load does not appear? You're saying 7,900 megawatts are under contract, but this is a request for 9,900 megawatts.
Yeah.
So what is the contingency to evaluate? And you mentioned that there wasn't a ranking, although staff did make a ranking of those 25 resources. So can you walk me through what that rollback would be if you don't sign another 2,100 megawatts?
Well, Commissioner, let me say a couple of things, and then I'm going to get exactly to your question. So I'm not trying to avoid your question at all. I want to point this out. We, expect to file a new CES fairly soon. It was planned maybe this week, another CES to come in. We are in advanced negotiations with 4 parties with significantly sized projects. So the idea that somehow we're not going to be able to cover this capacity, I think, is the less likely thing that will occur. And that's something the commission will see play out in a reasonable amount of time. The other thing I would say is that we talked about mitigation steps, Commissioner Hubbard, during the proceeding. We talked about and I've tried to list them out here, accelerate low ramps of existing customers who want to move forward. We have a number of customers who actually would like to move forward. Reduce the size of the needs being procured in RFPs going forward. Delay the timing of RFPs, obviously. We can also remarket capacity if there is excess capacity above our target reserve margin as part of that. And so there's a number of different things we can do. And even Mr. Trokey spoke about this during the proceeding as well, that there are a number of things we can do that everyone's been very thoughtful in understanding what can be done and what time pattern they can be done under. And this certification order still makes the most sense and is the right thing to do, and the record supports it. Any other questions from commission? Thank you. Thank you for your time this morning.
Yes, I see someone with their hand raised in the back that would like to speak to R2.
So
Are you a party in the case?
we signed up. We're Hopeful Church. We signed
Come
up.
up here, sir.
Yes. Sir, you're a public,
we-
you're a public witness. And
Yeah,
as soon as all of the committee work is done, then we're gonna have public testimony time. But yes, thank you for your patience, sir. We just do all the committee meetings first. Okay, would anyone else like to address R2? Ms. Whitfield?
I'm just gonna say I don't have anything to respond to, so I'm happy to answer questions if needed, but otherwise, appreciate your time.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Whitfield. Any other parties to the case?
I'm sorry, one more question for Mr. Marzo, if you don't mind, I'm sorry. Can you tell me what the difference
Excuse
is?
me, Commissioner, let's let Mr. Marzo get to the mic.
Can you just tell me what the difference is? You mentioned that the 757 megawatts was based on what, summer capacity, not winter capacity. So there's a difference between that gap that's identified there and that Macintosh resource. What's that difference?
So and I think, well, I'm going to be clear about what I said too. So as joint petitioners mentioned, they use nominal numbers. So the exhibit they had nominal numbers in it. The capacity rating for a CC that was in the staff table, which I believe they pulled the 757 from, was also a nominal number. When you look at our winter needs and how we're going to meet our winter needs, that's a separate chart. And so that winter needs chart is in the winter numbers and the summer numbers, the ratings, which are higher. So for a combined cycle, if it was 757, it would be 797 in the winter. And I think it's another, don't quote me on this, but at least 160 megawatt or so difference from the evidence presented in this case in the summer. So those would be the differences in ratings between the summer and winter. And that was in the needs chart. So I think the issue, and I'm not trying to critique joint petitioners on what they use, because it's easy to get those things confused. But the needs charts presented in the testimony would show actually what the needs would be versus the nominal numbers that they pulled from.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, also, I just to respond to your question, I did just confer with my folks in the back there. What you're reading in the large load report is more around the commitment levels. We can talk to you after it about it. My numbers are correct though. So I just want to be clear that 7.9 is correct today. And we're happy to kind of follow up on the differences that you're seeing in the large load report.
Last question. So you mentioned 4.4 gigawatts of contracts under pre-rule change, 3.3 post. Is the $8.50 of downward pressure on rates in those 3 years that we're talking about, taking into account the fact that more of those contracts signed pre-rules change don't have those same safeguards in them? Is that being taken into account in the trade secret financial work papers that are the basis for this $8.50 downward pressure?
So what we've done, commissioners, we've taken into account the entirety of the large load bucket. So all the large load, and we've locked in what we expect to be the revenue forecast, which in part is the ramps and how they will occur over that 3-year period and where those customers will be. It includes both, and not just the new contracts, which makes sense, because if you think about the reason we moved to sort of the new contracting process, and I want to speak for the commission, but the reason we initially were discussing it in arguments that we had before the commission on it previously, is that as you got more loads, the risk profile of this changed such that you want to have additional protection. So it's not that the initial contracts are not protected. It's that as you've gotten bigger and you're doing more with more of these loads being larger, that you have additional protections now that are also providing that benefit, if that makes sense. Thank you, Mr.
Marzo.
Yes.
I haven't had a chance to review all of the latest large load forecast that was, y'all filed that yesterday.
Yes, sir.
But the pipeline has increased now to 65,000 megawatts.
Yes, sir.
So that seems like probably the largest increase we've seen from report since we started all this in 2023.
I believe so, sir. It's at least one of the largest, if not the largest.
So the rules we've ordered here with regards to these large load contracts, I just want to make sure the whole purpose of that is to protect all the other ratepayers. I hear from the community out there, the developers that say our rules are too stringent. But when I see the amount of pipeline, the projects in the pipeline increase at this level, I just want to make sure that our rules are strong enough. I can handle people saying they're too strong. I want to make sure that the company feels that if those protections are strong enough, because we've said all along that we want to maintain a level of flexibility to continue to learn and evolve with this new technology to make sure that if we need to make them even stronger, we are ready to do that. I just want to know, do you think that the rules are in place now are built for this level of investment?
So absolutely, Commissioner. And when we talk about the pipeline, I mean, I think about it in phases. So the pipeline or interest is 65,000. We don't plan for 65,000, obviously. We plan for much less than that. I think around 9 to 10,000 megawatts is what wasn't the case that we planned for when you look at what goes through technical review, what goes through the P1, P2, P3 stages of development. And all that's a vetting process. So we're not in any way reducing the requirements that we're putting on these particular customers. We're telling them these are the rules. This is what you have to do. Your commission staff is reviewing to make sure that that's exactly happening. And what we're seeing is that the customers who are serious about being here, that understand Georgia is going to protect Georgians, and they still want to be fair to economic development and still want to grow the state in the right way, they are the ones we're sitting down at the table and working with. And we're seeing still that growth of pipeline coming in.
Okay.
Yeah, everyone won't make it through, obviously. And so I think that's when you look at the 65, we discount for that through the low realization model that we talked about during the case.
Mr. Marza, you mentioned when you were going through the counterpoints to what the interveners, joint petitioners were saying, number one, their argument that there wasn't a sufficient I guess, legal requirement, right? They failed to meet the legal requirements of the full certification of that 10,000 megawatts. But what about, and I heard your response to that, but what about on the second point of there being uneconomic resources? How do you square that with the fact that this was, there's an exception taking place where not all of these resources went through the competitive procurement process? How do we know that things that were selected by the company are good resources compared to all the other resources that could have gone into the mix to help meet the moment of this large load growth? Because there are many other resources out there besides what have been proposed, which did not go through a competitive procurement process. So we don't know if they were necessarily the best resource to serve this load growth, again, because there's no competitive process there for at least some of these resources.
And Commissioner, look, the RFP process is an important process, and it can definitely help in identifying economic resources when you have a lot of economic competitors competing to provide service. What the supplemental resources represent is that the fact that we didn't have enough of those resources in the all source to serve the load, the need that we have to serve, that we forecasted having to serve. And so the supplemental resources were needed for that. Now, how do you know? It's because we did present evidence, present witnesses in this case that talked about what those were, talked about how we went out and got those resources. Some of them, but be careful about saying, but some of them have participated previously in RFPs and otherwise. And so we know what the economic values that they have put into RFPs, and some of them, at least, what they would be. And so I would say that, one, that if you're trying to meet a load need, you have to meet it. And so if the RFP process isn't producing that, it's very much okay to go out and do a supplemental sort of process to address that. RFP preferable, but not the only way into the commission making a good resource decision. And so, as we pointed out before with the testimony that was presented about things being uneconomic, a lot of the numbers you heard, if you take, for example, the 25 number I talked about, if you put things in the right dollar figure, if it's 2030 versus 2025, our numbers do play out consistent with what you're seeing across the marketplace. And so, your staff reviews those as well. The certification process itself is a means of addressing that. So the RFP process is one way of doing it. It's not the only way of doing it. Commission, has had resources procured and certified outside an RFP before.
All right, so you feel that this would be a prudent decision, even though there hasn't been what I would consider to be a fair evaluation. It was a selection by the company here to meet this full load growth without. I recognize that the competitive procurement process isn't the only way to do it, but the financial work papers aren't there to justify, at least from what I review.
Well, thank you for that question. I mean, when we talk about the resources, and Mr. Houston talked about this the other day during the argument about trade secret, we do provide the revenue, we provide for these resources their costs, and we provide information necessary in certification rules, which we have rules we have to follow in terms of what we put out there for each resource. We provide all that information. Now what rates will be in a future case, that's something that this commission will decide in a rate proceeding, and will be a collective of a lot of issues that are factored in. And so to the extent the party's asking about that, that's a future proceeding that we just don't have today because we're not in a rate case. We've been fortunate enough, because of the economic development in Georgia, to be able to forego a rate case when a number of utilities are going in. We're foregoing one for the next 3 years. So the benefit is being recognized, but it can't also be a criticism that you're not having a rate case. So I like to know what the rates would have been, or I like to know what they're going to be 3 years from now. We don't know that, but you will ultimately be the arbiter of that as the commission that sets our rates. And so, in that regard, there's that certainty, but it's also the fact that we didn't have a base rate case this past year.
Any other questions for Mr. Marzo? Okay.
Thank you.
All right, I believe everyone has spoken on this.
I think Dr. Johnson had a question.
Yeah,
Dr. Johnson.
I don't have a particularly a question. I just have a comment for our fellow commissioners in that I think reconsideration is not delay for delay's sake. I think it is responsible governance, and it reflects our obligation to balance growth with stewardship, with innovation, with affordability, and I think resiliency and reliability are the floor, right? And that this process is about accountability. I think Georgia families expect us to ask the hard questions, to examine even our own assumptions very carefully, and ensure that our today's decisions do not create the unnecessary financial burdens for us tomorrow. So among ourselves as a body, I do want to point out that, like I said, reconsideration is not delay for delay's sake.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Any other comments? Okay. All right, hearing none. R2 is on the agenda for the administrative session coming up Wednesday, February 18th. Are there any other items to come before the Energy Committee today? Hearing none, we stand adjourned. Back to you.
Thank you.
Commissioner McDonald.
Administrative Affairs, Reese.
Yes, sir. Good morning. Item 1A, request approval for out-of-state travel for 2 pipeline safety unit staff members to attend the PHMSA Inspector Training and Qualification Division's General Pipeline Safety Awareness Course in Athens, Alabama, March 2nd through March 6th, 2026. Total estimated cost of $2,208 will be principally federally funded through the pipeline safety reimbursement to be charged to Unit 6.
Item A is on the wall.
Item B, request approval for out-of-state travel for 1 pipeline safety unit staff member to attend the PHMSA Pipeline Failure Investigation Techniques course in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, March 30th through April 3rd, 2026. The total estimated cost of $2,620 will be principally federally funded through the Pipeline Safety Reimbursement Unit 6.
Questions on item B? It's on C.
C, request approval for out-of-state travel for 2 pipeline safety unit staff members to attend the evaluation of operator qualification programs course in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, March 31st through April 3rd, 2026. The total estimated cost of $4,640 will be principally federally funded through the Pipeline Safety Reimbursement Unit 6.
Questions on C? Who's on?
Item 2A, request approval for out-of-state travel for 1 EERE unit staff member to attend the Current Issues 2026 conference in Santa Fe, New Mexico, April 19th through April 22nd, 2026. This conference will discuss current issues facing electric, gas, and telecom industries, including new nuclear, tools and technology to enhance distribution, grid resilience, and planning, and balancing the need to decarbonize energy systems with the need to fuel our economy. The total estimated cost of $3,039 will be paid pursuant to the June 28, 2023 MOU and docket numbers 44160 and 44161, therefore leaving no direct cost to the state.
Questions on 2A? 2A is on B?
That'll do it. Oh, sorry, B, yes, sir. Request approval to fill a vacant analyst position in the electric unit. Sorry, Tom.
Questions on B? B's on.
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, yours.
Thank you, Commissioner McDonald. All right. Well, we've got some folks that have signed up for comments as public witnesses today. And I just want to first thank y'all for being here and thank you for your patience as you had to endure some a little bit longer than normal committees today. So we'll move forward. And we've got a sign up list, and I'll just start at the top. And I will call your name and you can come up to the stand and tell us who you are, and we will have the clock for on the 3 minutes. So we've got quite a few, so we'll try to stick to that. Appreciate your understanding of that. And but I'll call your name and then I'll call the person next in line so you'll know to be ready. All right. With that said, we'll start with Dave Silman, followed by Beth Levine. Morning.
Good morning. Morning, Commissioners. Thank you for your time. Dave Silman here. I'm a Georgia Power customer and a longtime student of clean energy issues, here to ask, to implore, to beg you, actually, to pass that motion of reconsideration and reel back in this IRP in its current form, which just looks to be a disaster for ratepayers and the environment. For ratepayers who are going to be on the hook for 45 years for gas assets that are not the lowest cost and would surely look to likely be stranded assets at some point, if for no other reason than the current reality in the electricity industry, which shows us that 90% of all the power being new generation capacity being connected is solar, wind, and batteries because it's cheaper. And those trends are only accelerating. That's been the case for a good solid 3 years now, and it's only accelerating. This will be a disaster for the environment. It's projected to raise emissions from the state of Georgia by 13%, all by itself, this IRP. It'll add the equivalent of 3 million gas cars to the road, increasing carbon pollution, increasing the risk for future Hurricane Helene's, which we have yet to pay for. We're getting ready to have to pay for that. And not to mention all the air pollution and smog and, particulates and all the stuff that causes countless illness and healthcare costs that all these doctors come and talk to you all about all the time, from cancers and heart disease and respiratory illness. So my ask is that you reel this back in and do what PSC staff recommended, which was to approve just a third of the gas that was requested, and take the money saved and encourage Georgia Power to invest in the other tools in the toolkit for accommodating load growth. There are 3 primary ones that stand out. Analysis from Duke University and Tyler Norris, now at Google, showed that grid flexibility programs, robust grid flexibility programs, demand response, whatever you want to call them, could accommodate most, if not all, of the projected load growth all by itself. Number 2 are programs to incentivize and subsidize residential and commercial customers to swap out their inefficient appliances for efficient ones, most notably heat pumps for furnaces and air conditioners, induction stoves, heat pump hot water heaters, even behind the meter solar and storage, which according to analysis from Rewiring America, again, could accommodate most, if not all, of the projected load growth. And then thirdly, our virtual power plants, which are here and now. They are not the future, they are the present. They're being deployed at scale in some of the largest states in the country, in Texas, the Northeast, California. They are ready to rock and roll. You can deploy a virtual power plant in 90 to 120 days. They scale in months, and they're 20 to 40% cheaper than the next closest generation choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Selman. Beth Levine, followed by Dr. Preeti Jaggi.
Hello, I am Beth Levine, and I live in DeKalb County, and I appreciate this opportunity to address you today. I did so in December, and today my message is not too different from my message then. Only this time I'm asking you to undo what you did then. I am in support of this reconsideration. I said in December that the vote never should have happened then anyway. It was right before 2 new commissioners were going to step into their seats, and commissioners who had the support of the vast majority of voters. I believe that we need to reconsider and let these commissioners go on the record with their fresh eyes and hopefully bring forward some transparency, which it's my understanding that is not readily available. So that's number one, why I think we should, why I'm asking you to reconsider. The second reason is because that decision granted Georgia Power up to like 10 gigawatts to be added to the grid in anticipation of needs that we've heard so much about today that my head is swimming because I'm not that technical. Okay. But I do know that back in December, no one believed that that much energy would really be needed down the road. And no one believes it now. We've heard some of that. And I read that GreenLink Analytics estimated 0.2%, 0.2, not even 1%, 0.2% chance that that much would be needed. However, we do well understand that Georgia Power is incentivized to build infrastructure, partly because of past PSC decisions that have given them the gift of a 12.5% guaranteed profit on capital investments. And it should be noted that 12.5% margin is well above the industry average, which is closer to 9.7%. So of course, they're going to want to build, build, build. And that they are more interested in their shareholders and profit than they are in their customers is disappointing, especially if one happens to be a customer, as I am. But then that seems to be the norm of our economy of greed these days. However, your job, you are the Public Service Commission, with service being the operative word. You are supposed to serve the public by regulating the monopoly that is Georgia Power. So to me, was that 3 already? Oh my gosh. Reasonable regulation would suggest that this be reconsidered. And let me assure you, we are all watching. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dr. Jaggi, followed by Alice Tarkington.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Preeti Jaggi. I'm a physician and I live and work here in Georgia. One of the PSC's charges is to ensure that Georgians have safely generated electricity. The burning of coal, methane, gas, oil, and biomass is not safe for Georgians because it creates air and carbon pollution that leads to extreme weather and unsafe air. The only safe prescription for the health of all Georgians is clean and renewable energy. People have differing opinions in this room, and I know you hear a lot of those different opinions. The one thing that we all have in common is that we all depend on clean air, clean water, and a stable climate to live and thrive. In the next few minutes, everyone in this room will both inhale and exhale breath. No matter who you are or how much we disagree with each other, we all share this reality, and we depend on clean air to survive. If you take a breath in an area with higher amounts of air pollutants, such as particulate matter or soot pollution or nitrogen oxides, and you're a pregnant mom, you'll have a higher risk of delivering your baby 2 or 3 months early, which would lead to long hospital stays and a host of terrible complications that I witness every day. If you're a kid and you take a breath with that air pollution, you will have a less robust lung function and a risk of going to the ER for asthma. If you're an adult, you'll have an increased risk of having stroke or heart attack. And now even we're seeing evidence of dementia. What good is business in our state if you are dead or debilitated? It's not worth anything. Carbon pollution is affecting both our health and our pocketbooks because it's leading to extreme weather, causing insurance rates to go up, and ironically, leading to power outages. This means that Georgia Power is contributing to and profiting from climate change. I read a quote from you, Commissioner Shaw. I'm from South Georgia. We've experienced 3 hurricanes in 14 months. We know that things are changing. You know that things are changing. You both, all of you, care about your children. I know that. I also see that Microsoft and Google and other large tech companies have clean energy goals. How do we know that they will want to come to a state dependent on more gas versus solar? Texas is embracing renewable energy because it is good for business. There are alternatives to expansion of dirty fossil gas. The cost of solar has fallen so dramatically, and there's battery technology that allows us to store this energy to use on off hours. And I have benefited from that myself on my home. How do we know that companies are going to want to come to Georgia versus other states that have more renewables? That's a big assumption. We have a lot of opportunity to have more rooftop solar in Georgia. There are hospitals that have solar on their roofs. In Australia, I read that they have so much solar that they're allowing their citizens to have 3 hours of free energy every afternoon. We could do that here. We don't have to chop any trees down to put up solar. I'm asking that the PSC grant the motion by the petitioners for a full evidentiary hearing, specifically to include the public health aspects of the gas expansion, because the only safe prescription for the health of all Georgians is clean and renewable energy. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. Alice Tarkington, followed by Carolyn.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm Alice Tarkington, and I am a lifelong Georgian, retired. At any moment in history, there are change agents with vision and change agents without. The difference is found in the unintended consequences. One might agree that the PSC's December 2025 vote was visionary, but the PSC's decision serves Georgia Power shareholders and corporations still developing a rapidly changing technology. What is planned today might be obsolete before a fossil fuel energy infrastructure is completed. From this perspective, the predictable outcome is sacrifice. We sacrifice the environment. We sacrifice health outcomes, both on the altar of industry with insatiable energy and water demands. Yet, in the immediacy of the moment, has time been taken to consider the unintended consequences? What if AI goes bust? Who is left holding the bag? Are there better, more environmentally sound energy solutions? Solutions that can serve both the Georgia public and Georgia businesses. Can we find our way to a common vision? Will this PSC be a change agent with vision or without? Please grant a motion for a full evidentiary hearing with public input, including the public health impacts of the gas expansion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Carolyn, K.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thank you.
I've messed that up before. I'm so sorry.
That's all right. Nobody ever gets it right.
That's made me feel good. And followed by Ms. Bob James.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Dr. Carolyn Keogh, and I'm an ecologist, and I'm a resident of Decatur and a Georgia Power customer. I appreciate the opportunity to address the Commission. I'll focus my comments again on fossil fuel emissions. There's no debate about the primary cause of climate change. It's the release of carbon-containing compounds into the atmosphere by the extraction, transport, and burning of fossil fuels. The reality of climate change is not a partisan issue. It's a fact we're all experiencing. I'm thinking right now of the South Georgia farmers who are trying to recover from back-to-back hurricanes. In Georgia, we will face more frequent and larger such storms, more intense droughts, extreme precipitation that more frequently overwhelms our infrastructure, and levels of heat that literally make it physically unsafe to be outside. The Atlantic is projected to be lapping at I-95 by the end of this century, without a substantial reduction in fossil fuel emissions. These devastating impacts sea level rise, drought, extreme heat will be felt at some level for the foreseeable future, even if we manage the huge task of decarbonizing within the next few decades. The slower we act, the more severe the impact. And the higher the costs. Former Commissioner Eccles recently was quoted as saying he didn't personally consider climate to be under the purview of the Public Service Commission. I want to rebuke that assertion. The transition to using clean, renewable energy is the lowest hanging fruit for getting onto the path to curb fossil fuel emissions. And you are in exactly the roles that can begin to oversee this shift. The decision makers, or as decision makers, who influence this huge power generator in this particular decade of history on this planet. When we face an ever narrowing window of time in which to avoid catastrophic impacts of climate change. And when you have before you a proposal that's been approved, I know that you're hopefully going to reconsider, that would continue to accelerate Georgia's emissions instead of curbing them by adding, by one estimate, a total of 20 million metric tons of CO2 equivalent emissions per year to the atmosphere. You are in an incredibly consequential decision-making role right now for your constituents currently and for future generations. I understand that economic considerations are usually brought up as a barrier. I have to skip a little bit of my argument to you and just say that as we get closer and closer to the tipping points in the stability of the Earth's life-supporting systems, this is not hyperbole, every additional ton of carbon that's emitted to the atmosphere matters. Fossil fuel expansion for any reason when there are alternatives is morally wrong. It just is. The Georgia public deserves a full and transparent process to make such incredibly consequential decisions as the one that was hastily and non-transparently made in December. We deserve innovation, solutions, and integrity, and I'm asking you to please accept the motion to reconsider what was approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob James, followed by Eric Mintz. Hey, Mr. James.
Good to see you guys. I feel like we're getting closer relationship wise, and I haven't been here in a while. I'm going to read this so we can make sure I get within the time. Thanks. I'm Bob James. I'm a retired resident of Atlanta. Thank you for your time. It's good to see you again. I know your responsibility is not easy. You must balance reliability, affordability, and growth with protecting customers and maintaining the financial health of the utility. I am here today to respectfully support the motion for reconsideration of the December vote for two primary reasons. First, affordability, both short-term and long-term. Fossil fuel prices can be volatile. And when we commit to large, long-lived gas investments, customers are exposed to those swings for decades, as well as long-term economic burdens from health and environmental damage. Georgia Power's exaggeration of load needs reduces public confidence, raising captive customer costs. Second, stewardship. I am concerned about rising CO2 and methane levels. These trends are measurable. The investments we approve today will last for decades. Responsible stewardship means taking long-term risks into account, especially those connected to warming climate and its consequences. I appreciate that battery storage and distributed energy are part of the current plan. And I believe the newly seated full commission could build on that progress by encouraging additional renewable projects. Energy markets are changing, so our regulations should keep pace. Your guidance protects reliability and limits long-term exposure to fuel price swings and higher emissions. It also supports investment in increasingly affordable, renewable energy. Allowing the full commission, including its new members, to review this decision would strengthen those concerns and provide public confidence in the process. I think it's important to remember that. Thanks for hearing me, and I appreciate your service to the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. James. Eric Mintz, followed by Aiden Levin.
Thank you, Commissioners. I have no words of wisdom for you today, and my remarks will be brief. Some of you may remember a TV commercial from 1974 with the tagline, "Don't mess with Mother Nature." Remember that? Good advice, but we didn't follow it. So here we are, 50 years later, doubling down on our mistakes and thinking we can fool Mother Nature and get away with it. None of us will be here to see how the story ends. But I believe that decisions have consequences. And what we do today determines the world of tomorrow. The world we'll leave behind for our children, our grandchildren, and for all Georgians. You've heard from the petitioners, you've heard from Georgia Power customers, and from Georgia voters. Respectfully ask the chair to let my remaining time be used for a moment of silence for us
Mr. Mintz.
all to contemplate.
When you finished?
No,
Well, I'm just gonna say, just when you finish, then we're gonna move on to Aiden Levin.
good, then I'll keep talking. I respectfully ask the chair to let my remaining time be used as a moment of silence for us all to compliment the world you will leave behind if you reconsider this approval with a full evidentiary hearing, and the world you will leave behind if you simply decide to let it stay.
Aiden Levin, followed by Mr. Henry Slack. Hold up. We don't, that's not how we do. I mean, you finish and you have up to 3 minutes to finish. So if you're finished, it's time for the next speaker.
In 24 seconds, I will tell you I'm finished.
Mr. Mintz, please.
That's what we're asking you, Commissioner. We're saying, please reconsider
Yes, sir.
this approval.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Levin. Followed by Henry Slack.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Aidan Levine, and I'm here representing the Georgia Public Interest Research Group. Georgia PIRG is a nonpartisan statewide consumer protection organization. Whether it's protecting Georgia's kids from unsafe AI toys or fighting for Georgians' right to repair the consumer electronics they bought and paid for, we work to stand up for the safety and health of Georgians. Our work has helped to remove unsafe products from the marketplace and expose unfair practices. Georgia PIRG is deeply concerned by the Public Service Commission's certification of Georgia Power Company's plan to increase energy capacity in Georgia by nearly 10,000 megawatts. This agreement goes against the PSC staff's own testimony from November 12, 2025, which warned that the certification would put customers at risk of project delays, cost overruns, and paying for unnecessary capacity if the new demand from data centers is not as large as predicted. This could result in an approximately $20 per month increase for the average residential customer, totaling $3.4 billion. Reversing the commission's approval of 10,000 megawatts and pursuing a more staggered approach will help ensure Georgia Power's customers are not left on the hook if or when demand for this new capacity does not show up. It would also allow the commission to better oversee a large and unprecedented capacity increase. We respectfully urge commissioners to reconsider Georgia Power's expansion and to limit the expansion to roughly 3,125 megawatts, which is the amount recommended by the Public Service Commission staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Henry Slack, followed by Frank Bovee.
Good morning.
Mr. Slack, how are you?
I'm doing well, Chairman. I appreciate the chance to speak before. As I've said before, I live around the corner from my granddaddy's house, and I appreciate your willingness, all of you, to serve the public in this way. And I'm going to ask for reconsideration. Surprise. But beyond that, I want to think about the people you're serving, the citizens of the great state of Georgia, and what kind of energy is better for our citizens. It's not hard to think about. Which ones contribute to global warming? Well, coal and gas, of course. But I'm going to ignore nuclear in this regard because we're not talking about it here. But as we know, coal is the dirtiest fuel we have. And it has already, coal ash has polluted some of our smaller communities' water supplies. And it's being paid for by current customers, although it was generated, decades ago by people from my parents' generation. And of course, it all comes from out of state. So we are sending money, billions, I don't know the exact amount, millions at least, every year to the coal miners. Methane gas, as we just heard Dr. Jaggi speak, is linked to bad health for Georgians because it hurts everybody's hearts and lungs. And as well, millions of cubic feet are already imported from out of state, which again enriches out of state firms and not our Georgia firms. While solar, of course, can be added faster than coal and gas projects. And yes, the sun doesn't always shine, but batteries are available. And only that, solar panels are made in Georgia. Batteries are made now in Georgia. And this gives us the reliability which we know Georgia Power is seeking. But I want to suggest that they're clearly the cleanest choice and a choice that helps Georgia business. And again, I say this wherever I speak, solar power is delivered free every day across the state. Nobody else can say that. So upon reconsideration, you can potentially decide to offer Georgia Power an incentive to use solar and battery storage. Maybe raise the return on equity to 15% or 20% because it'll help the citizens of the state. Conversely, you could leave the return on equity at 11.9% and reduce the ROE of new gas investments closer to the national average of 9.7%. I know some of you in the room are thinking, what about those poor Southern Company shareholders? What will happen to them? Well, I brought my tiny violin to play. So, because I don't know how much sympathy they need after all they have made while hurting Georgia's health and economy. So I urge you to please support reconsideration. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Slack. The last time somebody played an instrument in here, it was Commissioner McDonald. Yeah. All right.
That was a great
Frank, how you doing?
Okay.
Followed by Don Scott.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Dr. Frank Bovee. I'm a retired CDC environmental epidemiologist and board president of Environmental Community Action, or ECO Action. I'm also a Georgia Power customer. I'm requesting the PSC to reconsider its approval of Georgia Power's plan to add 10 gigawatts of electricity capacity. This expansion is estimated to cost more than $16 billion for the construction of new transmission and generation infrastructure and probably 50 to 60 billion over the lifetime of the gas power plants. About 80% of this additional capacity to serve hyperscale data centers, and about 60% of the capacity is planned to be generated by natural gas power plants. This is the largest increase in electricity capacity ever considered by the PSC in a multi-year plan. Georgia Power's natural gas expansion is also among the largest fossil fuel projects in the country. As a retired public health researcher, I'm concerned about the health impacts of fossil fuel air pollution. We've heard some of that already. The massive expansion of natural gas power plants and the continuing operation of coal plants will add millions of tons of carbon pollution annually while polluting the air near vulnerable communities. Alongside greenhouse gases, combustion of natural gas and coal generates harmful air pollutants. And these pollutants are strongly linked to cardiovascular disease, respiratory illness, and adverse birth outcomes. Air pollution from fossil fuels is also responsible for an estimated 350,000 premature deaths in the U.S. each year. The healthcare, economic, and social costs of illness and deaths attributed to fossil fuel production pollution are immense. Now, the cost to construct a new gas power plant has tripled since 2022, skyrocketing to as high as 1,400 kilowatts for plants completed by 2027 and more than 2,000 per kilowatt for plants completed by 2030. Factors impacting the soaring costs of construction include the multi-year backlog in the supply of gas turbines, supply chain bottlenecks, workforce shortages, and the increasing cost of key components. Moreover, the cost of natural gas to fuel these plants increased by 37% from 2024 to 2025 and is expected to continue rising in future years. And these increased fuel costs will be passed on to Georgia Power's customers. Natural gas power plants are designed to operate for around 50 years, meaning the projects would extend Georgia Power's reliance on fossil fuels through the year 2070, and the Georgia Power customers will be paying for these plants even if they are never used, and it's very likely that most of the 10 gigawatt expansion will not be necessary. According to one estimate, the level of growth Georgia Power is planning has only a 0.2% probability of occurring. According to Georgia Power itself, something like 30% of the planned 10 gigawatt expansion will soon be supported by signed contracts. The cost of the estimated load growth is speculative. The rest of the estimated load growth is speculative, including prospective customers who may never sign contracts. Data center developers tend to submit multiple duplicative bids across different locations, contributing to speculative and overinflated estimates. So just quickly, demand side approaches such as energy efficiency measures and local flexibility are quicker to implement and provide a cleaner, much cheaper alternative to building this new generation. So again, I ask PSC commissioners to reconsider their approval of the 10 gigawatt expansion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. Hera Overzot, followed by Evelyn Brewer.
Good morning, commissioners, and thank you for time to
I'm
speak.
sorry, did I miss? Can you go next? Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead. No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I just mean.
No worries. All right.
Sorry
well,
about that.
That's okay. Good morning again. My name is Dr. Tara Overzat, and I'm a resident of Sandy Springs and a Georgia Power customer. I, like others here, have spoken out before about a lack of transparency in the PSC and ever-increasing utility rates that leave everyday Georgians in the lurch. I'm a trauma therapist and know firsthand about how the affordability crisis affects folks here in Georgia. My ask today is that you agree to the proposed motion by several groups present here to reconsider the Georgia Power RFP that you approved in December. An approval, I may add, that initially occurred before public comments were made on December 10th, which was incredibly disappointing and disrespectful to your constituents. The Georgians that you represent deserve better than unnecessary gigawatts of power and unaffordable utility bills. So may I mention for folks watching at home, when we say 1,000 megawatts, that's 1 gigawatt. I've noticed we've not used gigawatt here today. Utility rates were so troublingly high last summer that it spurred Georgians to go to the polls in record numbers for what we call an off-cycle year and overwhelmingly vote in our 2 new commissioners, Dr. Alicia Johnson and Mr. Peter Hubbard. After the sky-high bills Georgians paid last summer, any threat of higher bills can prove catastrophic to families barely getting by. While the estimate is currently an extra $20 a month, the expected $50 to $60 billion that consumers are on the hook for in the coming decades speaks to ever-increasing rates. Higher utility bills means less food on the table, falling behind on rent, not being able to afford medical appointments, and more. So thank you for your consideration of this today and for allowing me to speak. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. All right, sorry about that, Mr. Scott. Don Scott, followed by Evelyn Brewer. I jumped ahead of myself a little bit.
Don Scott from Columbus, Georgia. By the way, you don't have to worry about the population of Georgia growing. Everybody I know in Columbus going fleeing to Phoenix City, Alabama because of the power rates. But anyway, I'm going to explain this to you. In the summer of 2024, Georgia Power instituted outrageously debilitating and overpowering rate hikes, approximately about a 300% increase for the summer rates. This was caused by devastating mismanagement of the nuclear plant or the money pit they were building with which actually bankrupted their partner Westinghouse. These massive overcosts and overruns were being passed on to the consumers of Georgia Power. And that is when Georgia Power began committing felony elder abuse of their customers. This is not an exaggeration, including myself. My electric bill was behind due to the massive rate increase from $100 to $500 a month, each month in the summer. I contacted Georgia Power and spoke with the supervisor that assured me they would make arrangements. I spoke with the supervisor. She said I did not qualify for a flat bill. It was against their policy because you have to be on, I was on prepaid for a year prior, and you have to be on regular billing for over a year. She also stated you have to pay that previous year on time and never been late. And because I was past due on 2 accounts, I did not qualify. I had one for myself and one for a friend of mine. She also stated since Georgia Power put me on 2 installment notes for those past 2 accounts, I cannot be on billing when I'm already on installment notes. I can't be on a flat bill. I agreed, paid Georgia Power $500 a month for 6 months, a total of $3,000, which was $1,000 more than I normally pay per year. I was paying the 2 installment notes totaling $1,900 a month, plus my regular bill, which ran $1,100 for that 6-month period, or $3,000 total. At the end of the 6 months, when everything was paid in full, by paying $500 a month, my bill was still $1,500. I inquired why that had occurred, and I was told that the computer had generated a flat bill in December, which is against their policy. They don't know how it occurred. I actually came to the Public Service Commission in June of that year to tell them what they had done. The computer was charging me $250 a month extra for future services, not for any electricity I was receiving. It was what I might use in the future. I informed the Public Service Commission here in June, and Georgia Power assured me they had canceled that flat bill. Oh, they did. Yet they kept pursuing the balance. They got rid of the flat bill. They just wanted the money. And they pursued this drastically. Okay. They threatened through extortion to cut my power off. Now I'm 100% disabled vet. I have medical equipment. They even had a letter from me explaining that. Okay. That didn't bother them. They cut my power off twice illegally. Matter of fact, when they cut it off the first time, I filed bankruptcy to protect me from Georgia Power. So they couldn't cut my medical equipment off. They again cut my medical power off while I was under the protection of the court. Then I took them to court with the judge, and he fined them $1,000 for contempt of court. Okay, they still pursue to this day that balance. I do not owe, and he legally turned my power off, like I said once before. For the elder abuse, I was informed that each act of trying to collect and threatening me was an act of elder abuse in itself. While under protection of the court, they filed a claim.
Mr. Scott, before you leave, would you see Miss Sally over there?
Right.
Would you please get her your contact information for us and whatever we need to reference your account so we can look into that?
Sure.
Thank you, sir. All right.
While under court, they filed a claim under the threat of perjury where they lied to the court and claimed the money I owed for electricity was for electricity provided. It was not.
We want to learn.
And that's contempt. That's not contempt. That's perjury. But then I asked the Public Service Commission to punish them severely right now, make sure this collection of illegal accounts ceases forever. I'm also asking the Public Service Commission to institute an investigation into the elder abuse charges, which I have filed with the FBI and the Department of Justice against the Georgia Power.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Scott. We're going to be in touch with you, but make sure Miss Sally's got.
By the way, there's 93 other electric companies besides Georgia Power. I wouldn't trust Georgia Power with my piggy bank. I don't know how they're doing business in Georgia, but there's 93 others. You have options. We don't need Georgia Power.
Mr. Scott, if you have a few minutes after this meeting, would you mind hanging around? And if there's a representative from Georgia Power Company that wouldn't mind also spending a few minutes, that'd be helpful.
All right, next we've got I'm sorry. Evelyn Brewer, followed by David Rome.
Commissioner Shaw, this is Dr. Johnson.
Oh, go ahead.
Before our
I'm sorry, I didn't see you.
It's okay. Before our next public witness speaks, I wanted to let you know that we did receive the previous complaint, and Monique and some of the consumer affairs folks have pulled the case and the information forward. So Sally may be able to access that information directly for you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Commissioner Johnson, and I think Monique can be available as well to further talk about that situation. All right, Ms. Brewer, how are you?
Fine. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I'm a DeKalb County resident and a Georgia Power customer. And at their nudging, my husband and I have been slowly modifying our home to become more of an electric customer. We have replaced one of our furnaces with a heat pump. We've taken out a gas stove and replaced it with induction. We've added batteries and solar. In addition to our electric cars, we feel like we are worthy customers and eager to be able to make a comment here today. And that I cannot do justice for all the other comments that have been made. I don't want to repeat any of that. I couldn't do as well as they did. But I am here as a parent, a long ago banker, and I am marveling at the phenomenon of a monopoly that has you all to guide them. Capitalism is the most efficient means of allocating resources. It's amoral, though, not immoral. It's amoral. It requires us to wrap around our value system. A monopoly within a capitalist system is another dog altogether. But I want you all to consider that we are incentivizing Georgia Power to make quick decisions and go after easy customers. We don't know how they do it, but as a public citizen, I feel like they're taking for granted that they don't suffer the consequences of bad decisions. We are going to be carrying a burden, whether it's unused or plants that are underutilized or deemed to be inefficient or undesirable in the future. We also are externalizing all of these, and we're allowing Georgia Power to take the profits, but we are taking the risk. And so as you consider thoughtfully reconsidering the decisions made in December to create more time to consider options, we may find that we are actually motivating Georgia Power to be more inventive and innovative and raise Georgia up like other states that are bringing in new technology to power new technology, not old fuel to serve a new technology. So please, thank you very much, but I do ask you to reconsider.
Thank you, ma'am. David Rome, followed by Dean. I can't tell if that's a T on, is it Breeze or Breest? Hey, good morning.
Good morning. Hello. Thanks for taking our comments today. I want to talk to you about Georgia jobs and how to make more Georgia jobs by finding the fuel mix that maximizes the number of jobs created here in our state. I'm here to request that you do an analysis that takes into consideration the number of Georgia jobs that are created by the different fuel mix options. It would be important for me as a citizen, as a parent and as a ratepayer to know what the impact is on those jobs in our state. I'm hearing a lot of analysis being done about financial and technical issues. I don't see a focus on the jobs that are being created in the state. I'd love to get to a point where we can understand what we get for what we're giving up in terms of the jobs in our state. We know a lot about how much gas and coal we're going to burn, and not enough on how many Georgia jobs we're going to create and which fuel mix produces the most Georgia jobs. Don't forget about Georgia workers, and don't leave Georgia jobs out of this debate as you plan the fuel mix. It's an emotional topic to our families, and it's real dollars to Georgians. We appreciate your expertise. Please understand our ignorance and help us understand this aspect of your IRP, whatever it's called. For whatever contracts we wind up with, let's maximize the number of Georgia jobs that we can get from this opportunity that we have presented to us. The pressure is on Georgia families. Don't miss out on this chance to make jobs for our kids by finding the best fuel mix. It's left your time.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. All right, Mr. Dean Priest. Tell me how, is it Priest? Priest, okay.
Yeah, I'm with Hopeful Baptist Church in Fayetteville, Georgia.
Be followed by Ms. Drew Reynolds. Thank you. Go ahead.
We're here today with two requests. First, we support the motion to reconsider utility plans to build massive new fossil fuel centers. We're wondering, as the 30 million residents of Georgia benefit from the current proposal? As industry experts, I'm sure that you're aware of many alternatives that exist. This week, Elon Musk said this, quote, "You can mark my words, in 30 months, the economical place to put AI will be space." Musk vows that data centers in space run on solar power and cooled by space is the obvious and only way to scale. There are also several other American and foreign companies that are pursuing quickly down the same road. Two, there are companies out there that have already got up and running commercial scale underwater data centers using seawater to cool and wind farms to power. They say this is 60% more efficient than other sources. Other industry leaders are endorsing this cost-effective and environmentally sound way to the future. So we ask, why put the solution in the ocean just east of the proposed McIntosh site instead of where it's currently being proposed? Consumers in Georgia have, since 2023, if I'm not mistaken, had 6 rate increases. And now the experts are telling us that the $60 to $100 billion cost for 10 megawatts of power is going to have not just an environmental impact, but huge financial cost on all 30 million Georgians. On a closing note, Hopeful Church has, along with our community, gone through the devastation and blight Georgia Power has caused to our 201-year-old church in our neighborhood. We invited you once before to come see for yourself and no one came. We invite you to come again to see for yourself. Georgia Power has not been honest with us, so we have no reason to believe they will be honest with you. Georgia, 201-year-old Hopeful Church believes it is high time for Georgia Power's monopoly that is hurting Georgians be broken up and creating smaller companies that will better serve the citizens of Georgia with cost-effective energy in a civil manner. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Drew Reynolds, followed by Angelia Presley. Drew Reynolds. Angelia Presley. Angelia Presley. Mr. Kapashwari. It is still morning, yeah.
Good morning. Yeah, just barely. Apologies, my phone just shut off. All right. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Karen Kaplashwari, and I'm a senior at Georgia Tech studying mechanical engineering. I've come before this commission several times now, first during the IRP hearings this summer, then in December when the stipulated agreement was announced, and again today. When I first spoke, I focused on the science. I spoke about climate change, fossil fuels, and the overwhelming technical evidence supporting renewables, the energy infrastructure associated with renewables as well. It became clear that the scientific consensus alone was not persuasive enough for this room. So I adjusted. I returned with economic arguments about the long-term costability, stranded asset risk, and the financial advantages of a diversified clean energy portfolio. In a moment when Georgians are feeling the weight of rising costs, I thought this framing would resonate, but it did not. In December, I shifted again. I spoke about governance, about the statutory duty to regulate Georgia Power in the public interest, to protect ratepayers' health, their wallets, their voice. I spoke about due diligence and regulatory responsibility, but that too did not move this commission. So today I'm making my final appeal. I want to speak to you not as regulators, but I want to speak to you as parents and grandparents. You love your children, you love your grandchildren. The decisions you make in this room will shape the energy system they inherit, its costs, its resilience, its environmental consequences. Allow me to be clear. Without careful course correction, they will not inherit the same stability and opportunity that your generations have experienced. They will face more extreme heat, greater strain on public health, higher economic volatility, and environmental conditions that directly affect where they can live, how they work, and how safely they can raise their own families. This is not abstract. It touches their bodies, their communities, their homes, and every part of their lives. Reconsidering is not radical. It's not partisan. It's responsible governance. It takes courage to stand up to a powerful utility, but you will not stand alone. Georgia citizens will support that decision. Many of us will publicly applaud the leadership that prioritizes careful review over expedience. Commissioner Shaw, your responsibility transcends politics. You chose to seek this office. You accepted the authority and the weight that comes with it. That responsibility requires ensuring that all viable clean energy alternatives are thoroughly evaluated before committing Georgia's ratepayers to decades of fossil fuel infrastructure. The student groups I represent have been attempting to meet with you to discuss the magnitude of this decision. And the materials we have prepared, which I have available for you, are not symbolic gestures, they are substantial. They warrant careful and deliberate review. The question before you all is simple. Will this commission be remembered for exercising prudent caution or for accelerating a decision that future evidence will show was avoidable? I cannot imagine the burden looking back years from now and realizing that there was a time to slow down, to do more homework, and choosing not to. We pray that you will be courageous. Please support the motion to reconsider, extend the discussion, read the materials, and do the due diligence that this moment requires. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks. That concludes the list. Was there anyone that came in and didn't get a chance to sign up? All right. Well, thank y'all again for taking the time to be here. Thank you for your patience with us, and we appreciate it. And committees are adjourned. So we'll remind everyone that admin was moved to the 18th on Wednesday of next week. All right, good morning. We'll start with our next hearing. Appreciate y'all being with us. This is Georgia Power Company's application for the certification of capacity from the 2029 to 2031 all source RFP and docket number 56298, and Georgia Power Company's application for the certification of capacity supplemental resources docket number 56310. The motion for access to Georgia Power Company's trade secret information under a confidentiality agreement. All right, we'll begin by calling for appearances. So I would just ask, rather than calling through the entire appearance list from those dockets, because you know that was very lengthy, I will just ask each party that is present today that is making an appearance to come to the podium and state your name and state who you're appearing on behalf of at this time.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Bob Sherrier, Jennifer Whitfield, and Amitav Kamani on behalf of Georgia Interfaith Power and Light and the South Face Institute.
Good morning.
Good morning. Steve Hewitson, Holly Ingram on behalf of Georgia Power Company.
Okay. PIA staff.
Good morning. It's Chris Collado and Justin Pollock on behalf of PIA staff.
Are there any other parties here today that would be appearing before this hearing? All right. Are there any housekeeping matters at this time? All right. Was there any parties that have witnesses today?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Okay, if I go. All right, as I said, Steve Hewitson on behalf of Georgia Power Company. I'd like to call Georgia Power's panel of witnesses, Mr. Lee Evans and Mr. Aaron Mitchell, to the stand, please.
Okay.
Gentlemen, before you sit down, if you please stand and remain standing and raise your right hands. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Please sit. Mr. Evans, will you start by stating your full name, your employer, and your responsibilities for the record, please?
Lee Evans, Georgia Power Company. I'm the Director of Pricing and Rates.
And Mr. Mitchell?
Sure. Aaron Mitchell, Georgia Power Company, and I'm Senior Vice President of Strategic Growth.
And we are here today in the all source and supplemental resource certification proceeding, which is docket numbers 56298 and 56310. To be clear, neither of you gentlemen testified in that proceeding in this docket. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But you are aware of the stipulation entered into by Georgia Power and the public interest advocacy staff in that proceeding on December 10th, 2025. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And is it your understanding that this stipulation was approved in full by the commission in its December 30, 2025 order adopting stipulation?
Yes.
Have you reviewed that stipulation?
Yes.
You are aware then that included in paragraph 4 of the stipulation is an agreement by Georgia Power, quote, to file its next base rate case in a manner that will ensure the incremental revenue from the large load customers has downward pressure of at least $8.50 per month to the typical residential customer using an average of 1,000 kilowatt hour per month for the years 2029, 2030, and 2031. End quote, right?
Yes.
Can you explain what this commitment means? How does it work?
Sure. Commissioners, beginning last year, enabled by the rules and regulations enhancements that were approved by this commission, Georgia Power began contracting with customers with new contractual mechanisms and pricing mechanisms. These include minimum bills, longer contract terms, collateral requirements, and larger termination payments. As a result of those, Georgia Power is able to provide additional revenue secured from those contracts in the form of a revenue floor above the cost to serve these customers. That revenue floor then can provide benefits to customers in the years of 29, 30, and 31, as shown in attachment A of the stipulation.
Okay. So in plain English, what specifically is Georgia Power agreeing to do through paragraph 4 of the stipulation?
Sure. In that paragraph, Georgia Power is again committing to a floor of revenues that large load customers will provide in the next rate case. That floor, because it then is guaranteed, locked in as the minimum, provides benefits because it is above the cost to serve those customers. Those benefits, again, are also the minimum. Because it is the floor, if the revenue forecast comes in as we expect and revenues are higher, our customers will receive greater benefits than what we've committed to. But in that stipulation, it does guarantee that minimum amount of revenue that will be filed in the rate case to provide those benefits to our customers. And the way that works is because the revenue is in excess of the cost to serve those customers, that excess revenue then goes towards other pre-existing costs that our current customers bear. That's the benefit they receive, is offsetting costs that they would otherwise pay because these customers are paying above their costs.
And if you don't reach that revenue part, you eat the rest of it. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That risk of not achieving that revenue is on Georgia Power.
Okay.
Again, because we've committed to that floor, the risk of not achieving it is on Georgia Power, but the benefits of going over it are just further benefits our customers will receive.
Now, to be clear, that's just, you would eat the cost for 2029, 2030, and 2031. We're just talking 3 years here. Is that correct?
That rate case period, yes, sir.
During the commission's hearings on December 10th, 2025, are you aware that Gipple and Southface made a request through their attorneys for the large load revenue requirement financial work papers used to support the $8.50 amount?
Yes.
Georgia Power objected to that request. Is that your understanding?
That's correct.
But while the company objected to Gipple's request, it offered to meet with Gipple to provide an overview and presentation of those revenue requirement calculations. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Did that meeting take place on the next day, December 11th, 2025?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Evans, were you a part of that meeting?
I was.
And was that meeting conducted pursuant to a confidentiality agreement to ensure the protection of the information presented?
Yes.
Subsequent to that meeting, are you aware that Gipple filed a petition to supplement the record on December 16th, 2025, seeking production of the revenue requirement work papers?
Yes.
And to the best of your ability, given the sensitive nature of that information, can you briefly explain what information is contained in the revenue requirement work papers?
Yes. Those consist of over 90 financial models, different Excel files, right? That include hundreds of calculations that are the backbone of showing the exact costs, right? Line item by line item, right? That underpin and then provide the foundation of our pricing for these large load contracts, right? These are the files that staff has reviewed as part of their review of the contracts and approval. They are the really the enablers of our very proprietary pricing on these minimum bills, termination payments, things like that I discussed earlier. Now, these are unique to the industry, right? We've done research. There is no other utility in the country that is pricing these large loads like this, right? This highly proprietary pricing, we believe, is what allows Georgia Power to be the only company in the country making firm regulatory backed commitments of the benefits that customers will receive.
And just to go a little bit back to the beginning, we use the term revenue requirements a lot in this hearing room. And can you just kind of describe what you mean when you say revenue requirements that are included in those work papers?
Yes, sorry. So revenue requirement is, dissect the name, right? It's the requirement of the revenue to cover the cost exactly. So the way it works is, whenever we put an asset in service, right, the entire cost of that asset isn't put in rate or isn't recovered that next year, right? It's depreciated over the life of the asset, and that depreciation it shows up as an expense that we have to recover. Right. So we're constantly recovering both the depreciation expense of our assets, the operating cost of our assets, the taxes associated with it, income tax, property tax, things like that, including the operations and maintenance and other expenses that go along with that.
Would you say an ROE is a revenue requirement?
Yes, sir. All financing costs. Thank you, Commissioner. Financing costs are part of that revenue requirement, both for financing equity investment and financing debt.
How would it harm Georgia Power and its customers if that information was shared publicly?
Yes, again, because we are the only ones pricing these minimum bills this way, right? And that is what enables us to make these firm commitments with substantial benefits to our customers. We know that we are constantly competing for these very beneficial loads, right? And serving these customers, not just within the state, but across the nation. That competition, not just within the state of Georgia, but across the nation for these benefits, makes these files and these calculations that support and give insights into exactly what our cost to serve will be and what the prices will be set on, right, is highly proprietary, right? We have seen other executives and members of other utilities attend our webinars trying to get insights into how we price this. Right. Obviously, the benefits that Georgia Power has committed to are tremendous, and other utilities are trying to score and land the same exact loads. So we are in competition, and that is why we are holding these documents highly proprietary. Right. Again, we've met with GIPL several times. We want to give them the information they need. We've walked them through it, but at the same time, we have to guard these documents and the sensitive nature of them to protect the customers and to ensure the benefits show up. Okay.
Did you protect them with an NDA?
Yes.
So they currently have a NDA.
Yes.
And so building on that question by Commissioner Johnson, why aren't you willing to provide the work papers to GIPL under a non-disclosure agreement?
So we've provided in the all source filing, the revenue requirements of the resources in the all source. We've provided in the all source filing, the large load revenues associated with our large load customers, right? We've provided, again, walked them through the calculation. We've provided, and staff's reviewed all of this, by the way, in addition to the other documents for supporting the large load contracts themselves. But we provided the files throughout the all source that are relevant to the resources in there, and all of the revenues are well above those costs. Right. So GIPL's seen that. They have access to all of that. And every one of those costs, whenever you add them up, are well below the revenue commitment, that floor that we made in that attachment.
It does that NDA essentially provide that the protected information can't be copied, distributed, and it pertains to all parties related to or working with GIPL. That includes attorneys, agents, consultants. So the NDA does include that.
I would expect so. Full disclosure, I haven't seen it, but I would expect that NDA has that.
Yeah, it does.
It does,
Yeah.
Commissioner Johnson, and anyone that gains access to it, whether it's somebody working with GIPL, needs to sign an acknowledgement of disclosure as well. That is correct.
I just wanted to make certain they are aware.
Yes, and GIPL has an NDA, my understanding. And whenever we receive a request for confidential information, one of the questions that we ask is, does the party need to know this information? Right? It's not just having an NDA entitled, we hand over sensitive information to any party with an NDA. We have to ask for the protection of the information, whether that party needs to know it. Right. And whenever we look at the information that's been provided and part of the record of the all source, and all of the financial computations, the hundreds of data requests that have been provided that GIPL can see, right? And then the commitment that we've made and that revenue is well above all of those costs, it does not seem that they need that.
Gentlemen, thank you. They're open for additional questions from commissioners as well as cross-examination.
I would like to ask, Mr. Evans, can you just help me understand a little bit more in looking at the revenues that large load customers will bring? I noticed that incremental.
Yes.
And also the monthly access charge.
Yes.
Seem to be a large component of that. Can you just walk me through? And there seems to be differentiation among the contracts that have been signed, but can you just walk me through why, those seem to be large categories as opposed to PLL or anything else, time of use, service charge. They seem to be concentrated in that bucket. And I'm just curious about how they ended up in those two buckets.
Sure. So a couple of things there that forgive me if I'm going to go into a little bit of background if I'm diving too deep. So, and this goes back to the approval of the rules and regulations earlier last year, right? Those allowed for new contractual elements, right? And new terms and conditions in those contracts. Again, we've our current tariffs allowed for minimum bills. They allowed for some termination payments, things like that. What the rules and regulations did was allowed for enhanced contracting terms. So we now are putting in custom, larger minimum bill requirements, larger termination payments, and the collateral associated with those, right? But it did not change the electric service rates. Right. So the rules and regulations did not change electric service rates or any tariffs necessarily. As part of that proceeding, we did make modifications to the eligibility, right, of those tariffs. And that was just to ensure that we could always have a tariff that charged enough to cover the minimum bills, because you wouldn't want to have a minimum bill requirement that the electric service tariff could not meet. Right. If they used all of their load, you wouldn't want a minimum bill requirement that was greater than the otherwise electric service tariff could provide. So as a result of that, new customers were then eligible just for the TOU supplier choice, the time of use supplier choice rate, which allowed for those monthly access charges. And the way that tariff works is that there's a volumetric charge for energy consumption, but then there is also a monthly charge for that customer, right, that they pay. Those sit separately from the minimum bill requirement. And it's a little convoluted at times where they're paying for electric service through the otherwise standard tariff, but we in the contract have a minimum amount that they have to pay no matter what. So the minimum bill is always above that monthly access charge because we have to rely on some level of consumption. But if they don't use that much, the minimum bill serves as that floor where they will always pay to cover those incremental costs. It's essentially that if their load doesn't materialize as they say, or as they expect, or we expect, that minimum bill is going to ensure that the costs are covered regardless of their usage.
Sure, thank you. And just one more question, if I may, Mr. Evans. So what you mentioned was that the basis, well, Mr. Hewitson, you actually mentioned paragraph 4 being kind of the foundation of the stipulated agreement. And what you were saying is that number that's in there, the petitioners don't need to know that information to kind of understand what comprises that number in paragraph 4. That's what it sounds like I'm hearing, is that petitioners don't need to see that trade secret information because that $8.50, that is basis for it. I mean, that seems to be the central question here, and how to verify whether that number is truly like the numbers behind it, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess I'm struggling to understand how the number that forms the basis for the stipulated agreement, arriving at that number requires being able to examine the underlying information. Folks of the petitioners have signed an NDA, but it's and so they are not able to disseminate it. It won't impact, at least in my view, your operations. So I guess the underlying question is your contention, just to confirm, is that access to the underlying information is not necessary to confirm the central core element of the stipulated agreement, that $8.50. It's not needed, is what you're saying. Like, petitioners don't need to see that information.
I would modify that a little bit, sir. I think we've, through the discovery in the IRP and the all source, have provided cost information that GIPL has access to and that staff has reviewed. Right. So it's not that they don't need to see anything. We're not saying that. It is more that the information provided, and whenever we walk to GIPL through the exact calculation of the 850, now we didn't show them all the numbers, but we did show them through publicly available information and trade secret information that they had access to, how they could get to that number and calculate it. So again, we tried to help them and get them to see what they needed and what they were asking without disclosing, again, the 90 different Excel models and that just core foundation of how the pricing's developed. And again, that's only to protect the benefit and make sure that that shows up, right? Again, the highly competitive nature and knowing that other utilities are looking for how we are doing this and what those calculations are. This information is held. Yes, it's trade secret. We hold this information. It's some of the most guarded information internal to the company, This information is not allowed by people in our own department to see, much less our floor or the building. So it's not related to GIPL and their request. It's really just the sensitivity of the information in total and how we treat it for everyone.
And I think, Commissioner, just to underscore something that Mr. Evans said, is that we're not against providing necessary information to GIPL or other interveners. It's that we believe we've provided that information through some of the things that Mr. Evans has enumerated. The revenue requirements have been identified for the resources in the all-source certification. The incremental revenue has also been provided. And so I believe the request is to ensure that and feel comfortable that the revenue would be provided and that it does exceed the revenue requirements. And we've provided that in much detail to staff. But at summary fashion, protecting confidential information that protects our customers to GIPL and other interveners. And when you look at those numbers, it's clear that the revenues that the company committed to exceed the revenue requirements. And that was the basis of the commitment and the genesis of the resulting $8.50 of benefit to all customers.
So, backbone of what we're trying to get to here is whether the potential for harm to the company and your customers outweighs the potential benefits for disclosing the information. And so I feel like you've done a good job of explaining the potential for harm, but do you have any insight on what the benefits could be as a whole for disclosing this information in addition to what the parties already have under a non-disclosure agreement?
Commissioner, I don't see any additional benefit, and here's why. As Mr. Mitchell just said, you can see, and they have access to, the total revenue requirements of the all source. And you can see that our commitment of minimum revenue in attachment A of the stipulation is well above those costs, right? So the request and the revenue requirements in this case, we know that their commitment is well above those, right? And in addition to that, you can see the benefit as a result of staff's reviews of our contracts, right? That continuously is provided through signing these contracts. And so the revenues have been provided, the costs have been provided, and the benefit, the floor, is locked into the stipulation. So the additional information doesn't change the validity or the ability to reference and source that calculation.
And I might add two things to that. Underscore that the revenues committed to exceed the cost of the entire certification. Emphasis added there. Secondly, the commission's order requires the company to make filings in our 2028 rate case to demonstrate that we have provided a floor of revenues as committed to in this order and as a foundational component of the rate case. So the necessary information to demonstrate the follow through on the commitment that the commission has ordered the company to do will occur in the 2028 rate case. And more information will be available then. And that's why, Mr. Chairman, we don't believe there's additional benefit at this time, and it's not necessary to provide some of this sensitive information that we believe could very well harm our ability to provide benefits to customers, and to emphasize that necessary and appropriate information demonstrating that commitment will be filed in the 2028 rate case as part of the company's greater filing.
I hear your side of the issue. I don't see and don't want to see the contract with your customer that you're looking at. But what effect would this have on the customer dealing with what type of relationship and contract you have with the proposed customer?
Yes, Commissioner, that's an excellent point. We are in mutual NDAs. So while we have an NDA with them, they also have an NDA with us. Whenever we enter into those contracts, to not disclose their information that could harm the competitiveness of their operations. So we have sensitivity where we want to protect the benefit that these contracts bring and to ensure that we continue to bring that benefit and sign new contracts. But whenever we enter into those agreements, we also have an obligation to protect our customers' information, just like we always have, right? Even without the NDA, we protect our customers' information because we don't want to disclose or harm any of their operations or their competitiveness.
And this, our reason for protection of this information is not for the benefit of the company, on behalf of and for the benefit of our customers. Disclosure of publicly of some of this sensitive information of how we generate pricing and the operating costs of the company impair our ability to procure energy and procure components on the system at the best price and the most cost competitive price to serve customers and generate the most cost effective energy possible. And that's whether capital costs, operating costs, or whether we're engaging in the wholesale market and buying and selling energy there. So information that tips off our costs or our floor for those costs or what we're willing to pay impedes our ability to secure assets or energy at the best price for all of our customers.
Has the company's forwarded any communication to Georgia Power by either email, carrier pigeon, or whatever about this particular issue before the commission?
Have customers?
Any of the customers that you're under contract with, have they submitted any communication regarding this particular issue before this commission?
Regarding this petition, I don't believe so, Commissioner. But as Mr. Evans said, we have mutual NDAs with each of our customers, and we protect the information exchanged between the two parties to commercial teams and pricing teams, and not beyond that within the company. So we're very sensitive with customers' information. If you think
The answer is no.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Well, I think Commissioner Pridemore's got her hand raised, and for IT, if we could have her on the screen to my left, it would be helpful. So I apologize, Commissioner Pridemore. I didn't see your hand raised back there because they got you behind me back here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Evans, Mr. Mitchell. So I have a couple of questions about the material that Georgia Power has delivered to commission staff and to commissioners related to this docket. So, as you know, the commission, pursuant to state law, has strict guidelines involving trade secret information and the handling of trade secret information. Commission staff, not all commission staff has access to this. It is a permission-based availability, as well as with rules and procedures that govern the handling and the management of it. But primary commission staff that work these cases deep in the weeds, so to speak, they have access to this information, and they do a great deal of financial and mathematical analysis of what the company has filed. So pursuant to Chairman Shaw's order, on Sunday, the director of the electricity unit, Mr. Trokey, submitted to all commissioners a list of the items that the staff has, the approved staff to handle this trade secret information in this docket, following the state's procedures and rules, have reviewed to verify and determine whether or not the company's filing is mathematically correct, is upholding to the standards of the state. So briefly, there are 7 items that Mr. Trokey listed in his email to commissioners on Sunday, February 1st. A spreadsheet that was provided by Georgia Power to staff has been reviewed. That spreadsheet looks at revenue requirements for the 2025 to 2040 time period and the effect upon the large load customers. Those all have a contract demand of at least 100 megawatts. That spreadsheet and the mathematical formulas and the input from that, some of which is trade secret, was all checked by staff. The second item is an Excel workbook provided by Georgia Power to staff and filed with the Commission on November 12th of 2025 to review the revenue forecast as provided to the previous attachment. They provided the calculations, the assumptions for the revenue projection, and analyzed that math, double-checked that math, and then approved that. The third item was a list emailed by Georgia Power's counsel that had a projected annual incremental large load revenue for the years 2029, 2030, and 2031, discounted by a uniform discount factor. And a copy of that list was filed on December 9th with the Commission as part of the stipulation with Georgia Power and staff. That was adopted by the Commission on December 19th of 2025. The fourth item was a draft large load contract supporting work papers showing the estimated revenue requirement for servicing the customer, termination payments, and minimum bill calculation as provided by Georgia Power to staff. Those numbers were also verified by staff and all the calculations approved. The fifth item was a draft large load contract and supporting work papers showing the estimated revenue requirement for servicing these customers with termination payments and minimum bill calculations. Those numbers were reviewed by staff and proved to be mathematically correct and approved. The sixth item was a draft large load contract supporting work paper showing estimated revenue requirement for servicing the customer, termination payments, and minimum bill calculation. That was filed on September the 23rd of 2025. And I failed to mention the previous item that was delivered. That contract was delivered on September 9th, so we're talking about separate contracts. The seventh item was a draft large load contract supporting work papers showing estimated revenue requirement for servicing this customer, termination payments, and minimum bill calculations as provided by Georgia Power to staff on November 26th of 2025. So staff has reviewed these contracts. They've reviewed and approved the math behind it, the accounting practices, as well as all formula and calculations. Mr. Evans and Mr. Mitchell, in the past, prior to this docket, Georgia Power has made available to the public interest advocacy staff of the Commission numbers and calculations related to rate cases, related to revenue or suspected revenue impact during IRPs, during RFPs for the issuance of PPAs and renewable energy items, etc. Have you found in your experience that staff, the Georgia Public Service Commission PIA staff, does shoddy or haphazard work in the mathematical reviews of what Georgia Power submits to the state?
Certainly not. They're extremely thorough.
Okay. Do you have any reason to believe that in this case, that the Georgia Public Service Commission public interest advocacy staff would have would have veered off from that, would have done something different, and maybe not been as careful and mathematically correct as they have been in previous cases?
No.
That's all, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioners, any other questions? Do you have?
Two more questions, if I may. Mr. Evans, you mentioned the revenue floor. Are you able to share, and if you can't, you can, but you mentioned 90 or so large load customers. Do you know what percentage of those contracts you would need to reach to sign to execute in order to reach that revenue floor that you mentioned? And as a backup also, or second question, can you also share the percentage of contracts that have been signed to date? And those two numbers are what I'm looking for, is what's been signed and what you need to sign to reach that revenue floor.
Yes, Commissioner, I don't have those numbers offhand right now. Yeah, I don't have those numbers right today for you.
Well, we can tell you what we have signed to date. The total from a megawatt kind of capacity point of view is 7.9 gigawatts of signed contracts. Now that includes contracts that have been signed in the last few years, as well as the most recent contracts containing the new large load requirements in the updated rules and regulations approved by the commission in 2025. That does not include a current contract of 1,400 megawatts that is that has been, we have recently notified the commission and commission staff that is forthcoming. So that would be well over 9,000 megawatts of contracts once that contract is completed in the next 30 to 60 days.
The number that I reviewed in these work papers that Commissioner Pridemore was mentioning, I didn't get to that same 7.9 gigawatt number. As a staff, I'm just curious, does that number comport 7.9 gigawatts? Is that what you may have reviewed? I didn't see that number. And so I'm wondering if I haven't reviewed everything that's there.
Sure, we're happy to follow up. That number should be consistent with what I won't speak for staff, but it should be consistent with what we've provided staff through both the IRP and the all source certification, as well as our requirement to meet with staff under the 2022 rate case order, where each of these contracts are reviewed by staff and ultimately approved, where staff receives the volumes of data that Commissioner Pridemore enumerated from Mr. Trokey's note that he sent around. That's where staff obtains all of the revenue requirements associated with the service of each of these customers in the contracts, ask us for additional information, and ultimately agrees that the contracts are protective of all other customers and providing benefits before the company executes those contracts with the customer. So we're happy to follow up, Commissioner, and ensure that we've trued up any of those numbers.
Sure, I don't know if I need to make a formal hearing request for that, but I would like to see if you could, that question of whether it's in the number of contracts, the megawatts, the that revenue floor that you're mentioning, and then what's been signed to date, which you just gave me, but it'd still be good to kind of see those two numbers.
Happy to follow up with you.
Thanks.
I'm sure Mr. Trokey can help you with that as well. Any other questions? All right. Was there any other parties that would like to cross-examine these witnesses?
I would, Mr. Chairman.
Let me ask Mr. Bond a question. Was staff normally go next if they have cross-examined or?
That would be up to the chairman.
You don't have any? Okay. All right, go ahead, Mr. Sherry.
Thank you. Morning, y'all.
Good morning.
Morning.
So in front of you is a folder of our exhibits. We thought it would be quicker and easier to hand them to you at one time instead of going back and forth this morning. Everything in front of the red divider is public disclosure information. Everything behind that is trade secret. The first tab there is the confidentiality agreement, or the NDA, that Georgia Power required us to sign in this certification proceeding to access trade secret information. The interveners have to sign one of these for each proceeding to access trade secret information, correct?
But we're not attorneys or experts on the proceedings of the commission in that regard, but generally, I think that is our understanding.
Is it your understanding that interveners then have to request trade secret versions of each individual filing throughout the proceeding?
Yes.
Yes. The definitions paragraph at the bottom of the first page there, it defines what should be kept confidential. And that includes notes and work product derived from trade secret information, not just the document itself. It's about protecting the information in the document, right?
Again, I have not reviewed this document, but that sounds correct.
And on the second page, on paragraph 2, signers agree to keep the information strictly confidential. And the third paragraph says that interveners can only use the information, the trade secret information in that docket that the NDA is about. And is it your understanding that interveners won't file trade secret information without providing notice to Georgia Power or without thinking of alternative ways to present the information as required by this NDA?
I'm not you're saying interveners won't file trade secret information?
Yeah, per paragraph 3.
Yeah, I read that.
And then on the next page 3, paragraph 8 says that the promises to keep the information strictly confidential apply for the life of the trade secret. Do you see that?
It's a big paragraph. Can you point me to which section?
It's in about the middle of it. The line starts with the word herein.
It does say that.
And then the last line there, it says that interveners must permanently destroy trade secret information that they receive at the end of each docket. And lastly,
Are you just asking him to reread what's already been agreed to by us?
I'm asking if that's their understanding of the non-disclosure agreements, because they're testifying that there's a risk of harm by giving us information under this kind of protection. Georgia Power has the remedies available at law, is what it says on number 9. Has Georgia Power ever prosecuted actual or threatened misappropriation of trade secrets?
I don't know that answer.
Are you aware of any violations of a non-disclosure agreement since the 2023 IRP update?
Not that I'm aware of, but I'm not sure I would necessarily know of them all.
Well, we had a video violation of non-disclosure right here at this commission.
That's right. Are you aware of how that case was resolved?
I'm
Which
not
case?
positive.
From earlier last year? No.
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure which case you're referring to.
So I want to shift gears to the information that we're seeking. They didn't prosecute. There's commissioners, you'll recall that in our petition, there's basically 2 categories of information that we were requesting access to under the non-disclosure agreements. The first was the estimated revenues for 2031 for large load customers. And the second related to the revenue requirements for the large load customers and non-large load customers. If you could flip to the next tab in your binder, this is the letter that Commissioner Pridemore was just referring to.
Is that labeled staff letter?
It is.
Okay.
And on the second page is that list. And so the first item there is Georgia Power's response to document request PIA 7-1 in the certification dockets. Are you familiar with that filing?
We're familiar with that
Yes.
data request.
And in that data request, it has the estimated incremental revenue requirement for each project in the certification docket, right? The 10 gigawatts.
Yes.
That is not the same thing as the incremental revenue requirements for large loads, is it?
Can you repeat your question?
The revenue requirements for the 10 gigawatts that are in this document response, those are not the same thing as the incremental revenue requirements for large loads, right?
So the all source was meant to serve large loads and substantially, right? But it also was meant to serve organic growth. So the all source was created, right? That RFP was issued prior to any large loads coming online or this being an issue, right? So we needed those resources, a portion of them, to serve our existing customers. So the revenue requirements for the all source include revenue requirements to serve all of our customers from those resources, including a subset being large load customers.
And when you're talking about incremental revenue requirements for large loads, so not for the 10 gigawatts as a whole, there are revenue requirements there that Georgia Power attributes from other dockets. The incremental revenue requirements for large loads are.
Can you help me with what other dockets you're referring to?
Other resources, the 2025 IRP, the 2023 IRP update.
Okay. What about those dockets? I'm having trouble following this a little bit.
Do the revenue requirements from resources in those dockets contribute to the incremental revenue requirements of large loads?
Again, I'm not sure your definition there, right? I mean, but incremental cost to serve a customer would be all costs to serve that customer, right? It wouldn't be just all source or other dockets. But what I think is pertinent here is that for the all source, all of those revenue requirements have been disclosed and provided, detailed line by line, and that the revenues that we've committed to are well above all of those costs. So all of the costs in the all source, the revenue floor that we provided in attachment A far exceeds those total costs, including to serve large loads and our existing customers.
And commissioners, in general, it's important to note that when we do price large load contracts, the information that we provide to staff and what they expect is to see the total revenue requirements, the total cost to serve, as Mr. Evans just relayed to it, that customer, and ensure that the revenues, Commissioner, the minimum bill, for example, exceeds the total revenue requirements, not just a portion thereof.
If you could look at numbers 2 and 3 on staff's letter, these relate to the projected revenues from large loads. And I believe that one of the categories of information that we were requesting in this petition may be moot, but I just have one question about that. What they're referring to in number 3 here, there's a uniform discount factor that was applied to the revenue projections to reduce the revenue projections for what's in the stipulation. Is that a fair characterization?
No, I wouldn't say that. To be clear, we provided our forecasted revenues for those years as part of the discovery in the all source, and I believe Kipple has access to that and has reviewed that information, as well as staff. What we did through the stipulation was to agree to a floor of a commitment that will be filed in the next rate case. That did not change our forecast, right? We believe more benefits will accrue, more revenues will be there, and customers in the next rate case will experience greater benefits than what we've committed to. But what we did was 6 years out, commit to that minimum amount of a floor as part of the stipulation.
We have not seen revenue projections for 2031 in any of the filings that Georgia Power has made. And so I guess what I'm asking is, in the middle of paragraph 3, where it says projected annual large load revenues for those years were discounted by a uniform discount factor. Is that essentially like a percentage amount?
Well, I think it would be helpful, and we can, we can provide you the 2031 forecasted revenues.
Yes, that would resolve
Okay.
it. Thank you. Staying with the letter here, numbers 4 through 7 are the large load contracts that under the new rules and the supporting work papers showing what staff describes as estimated revenue requirement for servicing customer, termination payments, and minimum bill calculations. Do you agree that the work papers show that information?
Yes. Yes, commissioners, this is I referenced earlier, over 90 Excel models, right, with hundreds of calculations that were provided to staff in support of each one of those 4 contracts, and reviewed by them. And, tying back in not just those revenue requirements, those costs to serve those customers, but into the proprietary pricing, exactly how we developed those minimum bills and termination payments. These were discussed during more than half a dozen meetings with staff in review of those contracts, right? And this is part of the support that goes into each one of those contracts filing that staff, as Ms. Commissioner Pridemore said, thoroughly reviews with each one.
So without revealing trade secret information, can you tell us if the work papers have like the inputs to the revenue requirements calculations, the reasoning for the inputs?
I'm tracing that question. So the inputs to the revenue requirement calculations.
Yeah.
It shows the revenue requirements resource by resource, asset type by asset type. Again, so it's row by row, right? Here are all the way through the system. Here are the costs that we anticipate incurring to serve this customer over the life of that contract. So again, it's comprehensive in generation, transmission, and the ongoing operating costs to run those units and supply service to that customer over that contract period. So it's many revenue requirements for each one of those assets.
Thank you. I'd like to ask you about the revenue requirements info that has been previously disclosed, including about large loads. If you could turn to the next exhibit, the next tab. This is Georgia Power's response to data request PIA 28, 1 through 5 in docket 44280. That's the 22 rate case docket. And I'd like to start at PIA 28-4. It's behind the spreadsheet. And you're referring to this information before. It says that under the new large load rules, the new customers have to take service under the MAC option, the time of use supplier choice monthly access charge option. That's what the customers pay, right? The MAC plus the energy cost.
That's their electric service tariff that they take service under.
And this response here refers to minimum bill provisions as well. And those are a different thing than the MAC, right?
That's correct.
These responses were on St. Patrick's Day of last year. Is the MAC methodology the same today?
When you say the MAC methodology, so the MAC is a standard electric service tariff, right? That existed. I believe it was approved in the 2022 rate case. So it has been around for several years. And it was really designed for customer choice, competitive jobs, right, that we were competing for within the state. And so that methodology is consistent, right? Now, like all of our offers for competitive jobs, it is continuously reevaluated to ensure that we're always covering our incremental costs, right? So that is the foundation of we only make competitive offers to customer choice jobs that put downward pressure on rates. So it has to pass our minimum economic thresholds and financial thresholds to ensure that by entering into this contract with this competitive customer, that we are benefiting all customers by obtaining that load and serving that incremental load.
Thank you. And looking at the minimum bill part of this, for the new large load contracts, its relationship to what you called our incremental costs, the incremental revenue requirements that are the basis for this $8.50 determination and stipulation. If you could flip back one page to PIA 28-3. And it says that Georgia Power quantifies the full revenue requirement inclusive of all O&M and capital revenue requirements of all known and expected generation and transmission costs procured to serve the large load growth. Is that the line items? Is that information in the worksheet that you were talking about a bit ago?
Yes.
And this also refers to PIA 28-5. If you could flip forward to that kindly. And looking at the response to 28-5, around the middle of the paragraph, there's a sentence that starts with generation costs. It says generation costs for the 2023 IRP update, the 2025 IRP, the all source, the BESS RFPs, along with future capacity replacement costs in future years, are assumed to be included and allocated to large load customers. This doesn't mention the supplemental resources. Are the supplemental resources included in the incremental revenue requirements here?
Yes.
This paragraph also doesn't mention embedded costs for existing resources like Plant Vogtle units 3 and 4. Are those embedded costs included in the revenue calculation, the incremental revenue requirement calculation?
Sure. And commissioners, let me talk a little bit about this incremental versus embedded issue or topic. So whenever we talk about downward pressure on rates, that downward pressure is covering embedded costs, right? If you think about it, if I have a customer that's coming onto the system and it's going to cost me $100 to serve that customer, right? And I charge them or they pay $150. I now have $50 above the incremental cost to serve them. That $50 is then recognized in the rate making process and setting new rates, and it offsets existing costs that my current customers pay. So that is the downward pressure, is the covering of existing costs that current customers pay that these new customers through their excess revenue, right, now are paying instead.
So no, it's not in the incremental revenue requirement calculation. It's a rate making thing that happens later with the commission.
So whenever, again, as we've done, and whenever we are pricing these large load contracts, it's more complex for sure, but it's no different than the general principles of how we've always priced customer choice jobs, which is if a customer is going to cost us X amount to serve them, and we charge our price greater than X, that benefits all of our customers through those customers now sharing in the existing cost and covering existing costs. So while the pre-existing costs that are not caused necessarily by that new customer are not priced in it, the benefits that are produced by the revenue offset and pay for those costs, right? It is essentially economies of scale, right? As you increase your sales in any business, right, you now have revenues that then go to offset pre-existing costs that were already incurred.
Thank you. If you would flip to the next tab, our next exhibit, is the response to data request PIA 13-6 in the 2023 IRP update. And this is about Georgia Power's testimony then that each new economic development project has to pass financial economic screening requirements, including the ratepayer impact measure test, the RIM test. I mean, before making an offer to a prospective large load customer, Georgia Power used the RIM test. Is that still true today?
Yes, we still do that.
If you would turn to the answer to subpart D on the back of that sheet, it refers to calculating the net benefits for new business offers, taking projected revenues, directly assigning local costs and upstream costs. Has that methodology changed since the 2023 IRP update? The determination of net benefits?
So no, as far as the RIM test goes, right? We still do that as we always have for customer choice jobs and including these new ones. What we now, through the minimum bill calculations, have is an even higher bar that customers must pass, right? Which is the year by year covering of costs. So instead of it being, as this describes, right, an NPV, a net present value of revenues and a net present value of costs, we're still doing that. Each one of our projects absolutely still pass that. In addition to that test, we are looking at the year by year costs and ensuring that the year by year revenues are greater than the year by year costs, so that we ensure that in no year is there upward pressure on rates. So we're not offsetting upward pressure with downward pressure in another year. Year by year, there is downward pressure on rates.
Thank you. When you say year by year, there's downward pressure, you mean for that specific customer and the costs assigned to it?
That's part of the evaluation.
Okay. We can keep moving forward. If you could flip to the next tab again. This is our next exhibit. It is the public disclosure response to LA 1-15 in the 2023 IRP update. And the answer page here describes two sets of attached documents. The first, attachments A through P, are PDFs of the RIM statements that you were just describing for new large load customers. And the response here says that Georgia Power provided the results for both active offers at the time, as well as offers that had been accepted by customers. Do you see where it says that?
I do.
Commissioners and panel, the TS version of attachments A through P are behind the red divider in your binders, if you'd like to review them.
Oh, that font's pretty small.
We can also provide the PDF separately.
I'm sorry.
To make it easier to look at, but just pointing to where those are. So we can talk about.
I'll do my best.
Yeah, we can talk about the second set of documents back on the public disclosure page. These are Excel files called the work papers for each RIM statement.
Okay.
That's the Prism model, right?
That's correct.
And commissioners, we've given you those on a USB drive attached to your binder. It's highly technical information that we think is very important to be in the record here, but we would probably need a separate trade secret closed session to talk about it in any detail. We just wanted to provide those for your review and so that you could see they had been given under an NDA. The Prism, could you describe what the Prism model is, what's in it?
Yes.
It's a big question.
I'll do my best. Yeah. It's been a couple of years since I had to do this one. The pricing model is a forward-looking model that estimates marginal costs. Now, it is a single model that is meant for both load additions. So think customer choice jobs, right, where we're securing new load and what the cost to serve that load will be and what the revenues that load might bring in are. It is also the model that is used for load reductions. So whenever I say that, think of energy efficiency and demand side management programs, right? Whenever we go through those dockets and evaluate the effectiveness and the economics of those programs, it does both. So it's on an incremental basis, looking at the cost of an additional kilowatt hour added to the system and the revenues that that additional kilowatt hour brings, or the cost of the benefits, the cost reduction of reducing a kilowatt hour from the system and the revenue reductions that reduced kilowatt hour would bring.
Thank you. Yeah, and the inputs for that are taken from like the standard analysis model, the revenue requirements from there.
Yes and no. So as you would imagine, right, like it represents our integrated resource plan, right, to a certain extent, but it is not looking specific by asset of what exact units we will bring online or bring offline, right? So it is very good at a total cost number over the life. But year by year, or the more granular you get, it should not be relied on for that. Again, that's why that model is used for the RIM test, which is looking at the net present value.
Welcome everyone to the newest Lulu's location here in Aiken. And I'm joined by Thomas. You're one of the site managers here. Talk me through, if you're new to Lulu's, what can people expect once you pull up to the overarching entrance?
Absolutely. So you will be greeted by
right? So we know that the total cost over the life of whatever that evaluation is, an energy efficiency measure, for instance, here's the total cost avoided by deploying that measure. And here's the total revenue reduced by deploying that measure. But, the granularity of year by year, it might not be that exact, right? Yeah. Which is one of the enhancements that we did through the minimum bill calculations by, again, right, as the pricing model, highly complex, but from a revenue requirement standpoint, it is making certain assumptions. The minimum bill calculations that we make is, and I'm forgetting, described on one of these data request responses, is looking at the 23 IRP docket, the 25 IRP, the all source, all of those individual assets approved, calculating what the revenue requirements of every single one of those assets are. So we can see year by year what those costs are and ensure that those minimum bills are greater than those costs year by year. So think price them, good at evaluating the cost effectiveness over the life. Minimum bills, same concept, but more granular on a year by year basis.
Thank you. This data request response here, LA 115, refers to vintages of Pricem.
Yes.
Does that just mean each year you update the load forecast, the proxy price for things? Is that what that means?
That's right. And it goes back to what I believe I said in one of the responses earlier, where we're continuously evaluating what our forward-looking costs are, right? And if we think costs are going up, we make an update and reflect that, right? Now, there's also vintages of projects coming on, right? The cost to serve the first project was likely a lot cheaper than the cost to serve the last, right? Some of these large load projects, I believe we entered into back in 2022. So if you go back in time to 2022, the world of cost and capacity costs back in 2022 are much different than they are today, right? So that's the reason for the vintages, right? As new load comes online, the costs change and we reflect those updates to the cost.
Yeah, so those prior contracts from 22 and on, trade secret interveners with an NDA had access to those contracts filed in response to discovery from staff before the rule change, right?
Correct.
The next three tabs are examples of the data requests filing the contracts, but since you said yes, we don't have to walk through.
If I can make a distinction, perhaps, between that information and
Welcome everyone to the newest Lulu's location here in Aiken. And I'm joined by Thomas. You're one of the site managers here. Talk me through, if you're new to Lulu's, what can people expect once you pull up to the overarching entrance?
Absolutely. So you will be greeted by one of our loaders here, likely Ethan. As you pull up your vehicle, he will guide you in with a paddle. You will follow his instructions to get onto the track and to be positioned for your wash. Ethan will point to our signs here, car in neutral, foot off brake, hands off, and wipers off. And you may see here these lights flashing. You'll see what wash you're getting. Provided that your car is in neutral, foot is off the brake, and you're following instructions, the rollers will come up and they will guide your car throughout the new tunnel.
So Thomas, once you pull in, once you kind of driven under the lights, what?
And I was attempting to pass your eye chart test here on the attachments and looking at the customers ultimately served and represented by those price and model summary sheets that were provided. Those were before the rules and regulation changes and before the implementation of what Lee has talked about, our we say best in class and only in class pricing methodology for setting minimum bills and for termination. And so there's there is a different level of sensitivity to that, whereas the information provided in these responses were based on the standard tariff at the time, and the impact measure that shows that these projects are benefiting all other customers by more than covering their costs. Now we're in a whole different world of sensitivity and calculating our projections of costs, and these more sophisticated, larger customer contracts to ensure that we're protecting that information. So while yes, it's true that this data was provided, none of the data associated with these new large load contracts has been disclosed beyond staff and the commission having access to that for the stated reasons of sensitivity and confidentiality that we've talked about.
Yeah, that's right. The RIM statements do not provide the competitive information that are the information that a competitor would need to undercut our price, right? Whereas for the minimum bills, that is saying, here's the minimum you must pay. And it would give the signal to the competitor of, I just need to come in below this price and I'll secure that load. Right? You can't obtain that from the RIM statement. It doesn't tell you that minimum amount, right? It gives you total revenue projections based on if the customer's using everything that they use or that they project. It does not communicate what that floor, that minimum price that they have to pay is, like the minimum bills would.
Are the RIM statements in the work papers provided to staff for the new contracts?
I'm not 100% positive. Again, I'm tracing through all 90 of them in my head right now.
Sure.
I'm not, I know we discussed the RIM results in meetings with them. I'm not 100% positive if they got turned over or not.
Thank you.
I know that the results were discussed.
And I appreciate the information. Commissioners, for the record, our last exhibit here, PIA 1-10 from the 2025 IRP. The public disclosure sheets are in front of the red binder. This includes large load contracts that they were just describing in attachments M through X. Those contracts are in the back of your binders under tabs M through X if you'd like to review them. Panel, are you aware that we had to request these documents specifically for this hearing because we were required to destroy them after the IRP?
I wasn't.
Are you aware of any intervener who accessed contracts through these dockets that has made the information available to the public?
I think we answered that earlier, that we're not aware if that's occurred.
You mentioned that you had signed mutual non-disclosure agreements.
Yeah, that's nothing more than, as we've always entered into NDAs and required NDAs of our customers. Because of these are, again, highly competitive jobs that these customers are also competing amongst each other, right? That they have requirements of us not to disclose their information.
Do those agreements have an exception for compelled disclosure if a court ordered disclosure?
I'll be honest, I'm not a lawyer and I'm not sure I would know that definition.
Do the NDAs extend to the underlying assumptions used to calculate minimum bills? Not the customer specific information, the underlying assumptions used to determine minimum bills.
The underlying assumptions get you to the minimum bills. So that would disclose their pricing.
You would need customer specific information to get that next step though, right?
Like provided in the economic development large load report that shows their load. Yes, you would need that available information that you have.
My dad never looked back at his old jeans after I gifted him these.
Trust me, these will become your new favorite pants.
Designed by a 63-year-old apparel expert who understands exactly where men's pants pain point lie. Whether you're 50, 60, 70, or even 100, you always deserve the comfiest and most practical pants. Multi-Pants, best-selling comfort cargo pants for seniors in 2025. Non-stop stretch supports endless freedom to move. Lightweight woven fabric. Releases heat from aging skin. 6 pockets that are practical, sleek, and versatile. 10-inch elastic waistband. Indulge your adventure with this effortless, flexible cargo pants. 65% off. Get yours now.
The NDAs have an exception for orders of the Public Service Commission?
Yes.
Thank you, panel. Mr. Chairman, I'd ask that Gippel's South Face public disclosure exhibits and trade secret exhibits, PIA 110 and LA 115, be entered into the record.
So marked.
Thank you.
I think the PIA staff said they didn't have any crosses. Is that the case still? All right, any redirect?
Chairman.
No redirect? Does anyone need to take a break before we move on to oral arguments? All right, we'll move on.
Oh, were you saying you needed a break?
That's fine.
Oh, you did need a break. All right, well, that's fine. We'll take a quick break, 7 minutes, and come back at 11:05.
Yes, for
The long haul legend returns. Meet the all-new 2026 Harley-Davidson Street Glide Limited. From the Milwaukee 8 VVT 117 motor to the all-new Grand Tour Pack with flush LED lighting, a heated seat and grips, and premium Harley-Davidson audio, it's built to over-deliver at every level. Experience the all-new Street Glide Limited at your local dealer today.
And as soon as we get the cue on. All right, there's our cue. We are back live after a quick break. Thank y'all. We'll ask you to so we've excused the witnesses because there was no further redirect, and we will begin the oral argument portion of the hearing. Each side will now have 15 minutes for oral argument. Georgia Power will argue first and may reserve up to 5 minutes for response, and also may split its time with any party supporting the company's position. After Georgia Power's argument, Gipple South Face will argue and have that same ability. So therefore, Georgia Power may use the remaining time at reserve. So we'll get started. And who's got the clock?
You're not going to need the clock.
I'm gonna put you on a clock, Mr. Hewitt.
You know, that hurts, but only a little bit.
All right.
Well, you said I could have 15 minutes, and now he's giving me 3.
That's not right. I've got the clock here.
I will reserve 5 minutes, and it.
We use 10 minutes to get the clock.
I'll just go ahead because I am confident it's not going to be 10 minutes.
All right, go ahead.
I think you heard from the witnesses today, and I think they have thoroughly answered all the questions in terms of the practical aspects of this information and why this information needs to be guarded as trade secret. But GIPL is not challenging the trade secret nature of the work papers. They recognize that the information contained in those work papers is trade secret information that should not be disclosed publicly. Rather, they're asking that they be allowed access to the information pursuant to a trade secret agreement, a non-disclosure agreement. I understand that. But the first consideration in protecting trade secret information is to limit distribution to individuals or parties who need to know this information. You heard Mr. Evans say that there are members of his own department that don't even have
Carrying too much debt? Resolve your debt. Call Thav Gross.
You don't need to be broke. Access to these work papers. Don't even have access to this information. And simply put, GIPL and Southface Energy Institute do not need to know this information at this time. GIPL makes 2 arguments as to why they should be allowed access to this protected information. First, quote from their motion on page 9, for the commission's and the public's clarity as to the assumptions and financial protections offered by the stipulation, end quote. But this commission, through public interest advocacy staff, has reviewed all this information, and the commission itself has taken administrative notice of the information. The commission has ruled that the record in this proceeding, the all source certification and supplemental resource certification proceeding, has been closed and there's no need for additional information. That was the ruling that you made at the end of the hearing, Mr. Chairman. As for the public's clarity, this information is trade secret, even as GIPL recognizes, so there is no basis to make the information public. If GIPL is suggesting that they are the proxy for the public's clarity, aside from the public interest advocacy staff, then they already have information they need to confirm that the stipulation is a good deal for all customers, especially residential customers. And that is the practical aspects that Mr. Evans and Mr. Mitchell talked through on the stand today. On page 8 of GIPL's motion, GIPL argues that the substantial financial risks associated with this stipulation became clear after they met with Georgia Power. But that simply can't be the case. GIPL already has the revenue requirements for all the resources included in the all source certification. They also have the revenue commitment that Georgia Power made in the stipulation. Simple math then tells you that the revenue commitment is greater than the revenue requirement, which means it is a good deal for all customers, especially residential customers, and there is no substantial risk from this stipulation. So GIPL's first reason does not justify producing this information to them. GIPL's second argument as to why they should be allowed access to the information is to, quote, provide for a mechanism to enforce the stipulation's promises in future dockets. Well, if that is the case, then they should wait until that future docket to request access to that information. Georgia Power is fully aware, as you heard our witnesses say today, that we will need to show the downward pressure on rates that this stipulation provides in the next base rate case. But this proceeding is not the next base rate case. This proceeding, in which they have requested the information, is complete, as the chairman had ruled, and there is no need to supplement the record in this docket. Plus, GIPL knows that they are only allowed to maintain trade secret information through the decision on the motion for reconsideration. They are only allowed to maintain information for a specific period of time pursuant to their NDAs. That was part of Mr. Sherrier's cross to the individuals on the stand. The revenue requirements information is going to be an essential part of the next rate case, and GIPL can request access to that information if they feel a need to know that information in that rate case, and if they feel that there is a need to quote unquote enforce the stipulation. Needing that information for future proceeding does not justify granting access to it in this proceeding. So GIPL's request should be denied. GIPL's request is both moot because in this proceeding the record has been closed, and it is not ripe because the only time to test the stipulation is in the next rate case, and that rate case will happen in the future. And if in that proceeding they think that this information is necessary to test whether the stipulation has been adhered to and has been supported by what the company has done over that period of over the next 3 years, then they can request that information then. In this docket, it is not necessary, and we should not be required to provide that information even under a non-disclosure agreement. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hewitson. You were well under your 10 minutes. So you're going to reserve 5 for response, I assume. All right. Reset my clock. Tell me when you're ready,
I'm
Mr.
ready.
Sherry.
Thank
All
you.
right, go ahead.
As this commission knows, in December, there was a $50 to $60 billion settlement between staff and Georgia Power based on an issue that Georgia Power maintained was irrelevant all throughout the docket. And because they were maintaining it was irrelevant, interveners like GIPL and Southface were denied the opportunity to scrutinize the issue throughout the docket. The allocation of costs between large loads and non-large loads, between data centers and existing customers. And we agree that that is generally a rate case issue.
These glasses automatically turn into sunglasses in bright daylight. All glasses have this tiny flaw, but we fixed it. You see, the lenses inside prescription glasses all have fixed diopters, which work, but only for one job. We all know reading glasses help you see up close, and glasses for distance help you see far away. But what if you could have a pair that could let you see crystal clear at any distance? That's exactly what we've invented at Clarity Blue. We created a unique dual lens technology that automatically adjusts to what you're looking at. So it doesn't matter whether you're near or farsighted or both, these glasses let you see sharp at any distance. These are called Clarity Blue glasses, and they're nothing like regular glasses. The dual focus lenses auto adjust to adapt to your specific vision. Now, this is a game changer because 1, it means you're done with switching glasses all the time. 2, they also block 99.9% of harmful blue light emanating from digital screens, like your smartphone, laptop, tablet, or TV. So you can say goodbye to eye strain and headaches. And 3, the lenses darken automatically when exposed to sunlight, so they basically turn into sunglasses in bright daylight. In other words, it's like having 3 pairs of glasses in one. And that's not only practical, it looks extremely cool as well. If I'm reading a recipe up close or driving my car, they just shift on their own. I can see far, I can see near. No switching glasses, no hunting around the house for the right pair. My team and I have worked on the lens design for years, and throughout the process, we've made countless prototypes. It took years to refine the dual lens technology and tweak the ergonomics until we got it 100% right. The first time I put them on, everything looked sharper, clearer, brighter. I could focus longer too, no more squinting or rubbing my eyes all day. It doesn't matter if you're farsighted, nearsighted, or both. They adapt to your specific eyesight, ranging from -10 to +10 diopters. It's like getting perfect vision, on demand. All our Clarity Blue glasses are made right here in the US from durable, high-quality materials, and every pair undergoes rigorous quality testing to ensure it's perfect to be shipped out. We're proud to say that at Clarity Blue, we have a 4.9 and a 5-star rating for our web shop and customer service. And if that's not enough, we have over 200,000 satisfied customers worldwide who have already tried Clarity Blue glasses and have shared their experience.
They look great, they're really lightweight, and ordering from Clarity Blue was super easy. Everything came fast and the whole experience was just really smooth.
Clarity Blue glasses solves one of the biggest limitations of traditional lenses, which is fixed focus. What I like most is how natural they feel when you wear them. Your eyes don't have to work as hard, and that makes a real difference over a full day. It's something I'd happily recommend.
So if you've been curious about Clarity Blue glasses, honestly, now is the perfect time to try them. Right now you can grab a pair for 50% off. For under $40, you get clear vision at any distance. And with a 30-day money-back guarantee, you have nothing to lose. But you have to act fast. The discount only lasts while the remaining stock does. Click the link or scan the QR code to grab your Clarity Blue glasses at 50% off.
It was decided in this certification docket. This petition today is about whether Georgia Power has met its burden to show that the potential for economic harm outweighs the public benefit in allowing these specific interveners who are deeply engaged in these issues, in these dockets, who have signed a non-disclosure agreement. The public benefit in allowing them to weigh in and add their perspective in compliance with the Commission's trade secret guidelines. The petition asked for information. The revenue requirements used to come up with the $8.50 paragraph in the stipulation, and the assumptions and the inputs to determine those requirements. And I want to be clear that in the petition, we did not ask to see the new large load contracts. We asked which of the 10 gigawatts that were just certified are being assigned to which customers. Which of previously approved resources are being assigned to which customers and why? How was that $8.50 provision determined? It matters to understand that promise and what it means and what upward pressure has been approved implicitly or otherwise in the 850 that will offset part or all of it out of the gate. We know that the large loads are not paying for all 10 gigawatts. They say the revenue's larger than the 10 gigawatt revenue requirements, but they're not based on the same thing. And it is about enforcement down the road. In 2028, if we have a rate case then, Georgia Power says we can ask for this information when we get there. But who's to say they won't continue to maintain what they did today, that it's too sensitive for anybody outside of staff to review? The standard of review is that Georgia Power has the burden to prove that the potential for economic harm to them outweighs the public benefit of allowing Gipple and South Face access.
These elastic cargo pants will make you look 10 years younger and slimmer. My dad used to wear jeans all day, even though they always restricted him. I gifted him these pants and he's been obsessed ever since.
I really never imagined I'd find such comfy cargo pants at this age that still look flattering.
Over 100,000 pieces are sold last year. These are multi-pants. They are cargo pants with 6 pockets that are simple, beautiful, and practical. The pants fit the leg shape really well, making it taller and thinner. The fabric is made of high elasticity, so you won't feel trapped after wearing it all day. I really strongly recommend you to give it a try. New Year's sale. Shop now.
People can't believe we're selling real gold jewelry for under $40. I get it. After 33 years of charging hundreds for these same pieces, even I can't believe these prices. But we're closing next Friday and have boxes of inventory left that we simply can't take with us. I'm Maya, and my husband Henry and I have handcrafted every single piece in this shop. We've never used plated metals or taken shortcuts, just solid gold that will never tarnish or turn your skin green. For over 3 decades, these pieces sold for what they were worth, but everything must go. We're doing an 80% off everything sale with free shipping because honestly, I'd rather see our life's work worn and loved than sitting in storage boxes. Each piece is made with the same care and quality we've always put into our work. We should have been out last week, so this truly is the final chance. Thank you for all your love and support over the years. You beautiful souls have been the highlight of my life.
there's two sides to the scale to balance: the potential for economic harm and the public benefit. The potential for economic harm, it's just not there. It requires an assumption that GIPL, Southface, SCLC will violate the terms of their non-disclosure agreement. If this sensitive information doesn't get out there, then competitors, other potential data center customers won't be able to access it. The economic harm requires that assumption that for the first time ever, us and our clients will violate the non-disclosure agreement. The potential for economic harm is also undermined in a major way because similar information has been given to interveners in the past without causing economic harm to Georgia Power. We had access to and introduced the PRISM model used for the RIM studies to make offers to large load customers before the new large load rules. There's detailed information in there. In Georgia Power's own words, the information contains, quote, customer-specific load information and system cost data that is used to develop rate offers for large load competitive choice projects. That was in the trade secret assertion for that DR. It has generation, transmission, distribution components over time. And Georgia Power couldn't identify any release of that information in violation of an NDA. In fact, they couldn't recall any prosecution of an NDA, certainly not in recent years. The one that Commissioner McDonald referred to earlier was declined to be prosecuted, in part because in that decision, Georgia Power told the prosecutor that they weren't aware of anybody violating an NDA. That's a different issue. We have the contracts from before the rules. They were in response to a document request. Now, contrary to what Georgia Power's counsel said in December, when they said they've only provided pro forma contracts in certain cases, and that when they specially negotiate a contract, they don't provide those. Well, that's just not true. You can see in your binder in the back in exhibits M through X are specially negotiated contracts with large loads to which interveners who have signed a non-disclosure agreement, interveners like our clients, had access to. Now, I'm not saying that a data center customer, a big tech company, can come in and get access to these contracts. That may meet the test here. That may meet the test that the potential for economic harm outweighs the public benefit, but that's not what's in front of the commission today. I also want to touch on the NDAs that Georgia Power has apparently started signing with the new large load customers since the commission's April order. It's Georgia Power's burden to establish the potential for harm here. The witnesses were not familiar with the terms of the NDA. What they were aware of, though, was that the commission can order the release of the information. That part is in the NDA. And in our view, it's very bad policy to allow Georgia Power to sign an NDA with a contractor or a customer and then conceal that information that would otherwise be accessible to interveners. Could Georgia Power sign an NDA with Mississippi Power and refuse to disclose to interveners any information about a PPA that they signed with them? So as to the potential for economic harm, we're asking for information that has previously been provided. We're asking that be provided here under a non-disclosure agreement and argue that the potential for economic harm is low. The other side of the scale for the commission to weigh in its decision today is the public benefit derived from allowing us to access such information. Intervention is a critical component of the constructive regulatory environment. Engagement by interveners in these dockets is expressly anticipated by the legislature. And the commission has regularly talked about the importance, the vital importance of public engagement in these dockets. And staff too. Just last year, commission staff testified across the street that restarting the Consumer Utility Council was unnecessary, in part because commissioners hear from interveners like our clients who have the right to put up witnesses.
Jen Spark, give me the day off. I'm skipping work today. You should too, Stu. Jen Spark, finish this slide deck. Now you're not working from home. Hey, you put on pants. Jen Spark, dial in this spreadsheet.
Done?
Circle back on out of here. Let Jen Spark automate your work and take a day off.
Out the door and down, 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 out the door and round, round. Where we going? Down, round, round, round. All the way now.
To cross-examine and to evaluate information. When interveners sign stipulations, the commission often points it out as a sign that the deal was fair, a good compromise. But interveners can't even evaluate the fairness of the stipulation in this docket because Georgia Power is withholding the necessary information to make that determination. And intervention only works if interveners have access to relevant information. When Georgia Power can hide its accounting from intervener scrutiny, a critical part of the public process is curtailed. And we were surprised that Georgia Power determined that on its own to decide what interveners need to evaluate the stipulation. In this case, the information that we're asking for, we do not have. And it goes to the heart of a single question. Is the settlement agreement entered into by the staff in Georgia Power in the public interest? At this moment, the actual public has no way to weigh in or to evaluate the value of that $8.50 because we're missing critical components. The harm to the public process far outweighs the unsubstantiated fear that interveners will violate their non-disclosure contracts with Georgia Power. Last time we had a trade secret hearing, we also provided binders with a lot of exhibits in them. And in hindsight, we regret not asking the commission to take some time to review them before voting. We urge you to consider the exhibits and to take some time to evaluate them. For example, to ask staff to walk you through what's in the RIM study exhibits that are on the USB drives. Of course, we ask that you grant the petition to give us access to whatever information was in those work papers that staff relied on, at a minimum to release the RIM studies that we were previously granted access to. And we thank you for your time and your consideration this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sheridan. Georgia Power, you got 5 minutes.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the things that, or one of Mr. Scherer's statements there at the end of his argument is, at this moment, the public has no way to weigh in on the harm or benefit to customers. And that's part of the argument that I made right before Mr. Scherer stood up. There is no proceeding that is ongoing right now to which this information is relevant. The first time that this information will be relevant, the first time that there will be an impact, harm, or benefit, and as our witnesses explained, it's a benefit to all customers. But the first time that that's going to be tested is in the next rate case. There is no upcoming hearing for the all source proceeding. There's no further proceedings, and the record in this case has been closed. So the question then becomes, what does GIPL expect to do with the information if there's no proceeding that's ongoing to talk about the stipulation, to talk about these large load contracts in this docket? This is the docket where they filed the request. If there is no participation, no ability to even bring the information forward, then what is the need to have
And here at home, neighbors say upgrades can't come soon enough for Allen Homes.
This is what the neighborhood looks like today. Boarded windows, bare yards, but Augusta's Neighborhood Choice Initiative is working on a project to bring new life to the community. The initiative will create a community garden, one everyone can access no matter their conditions. Neighbors say access to fresh food is tough for many people. They may not have a car or they may be homebound.
Most of, if not all of the residents were really looking forward to having a space where they could grow food and also where they could inject some beauty into the neighborhood. There were several things that really jumped out in the canvas